I'm actually not in
Welcome everyone to the June 26th meeting of the Rolling Hills City Council. Can I have a roll call, please?
Sure, you want to call to order?
Call to order, yes.
There you go. All right, roll call. Councilmember Black is absent. Councilmember Derringer. Here. Councilmember Piper. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Mersch.
Here.
Mayor Wilson.
Here. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Jeff, would you like to?
All right, ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'd like to thank everybody in attendance. Probably had a little reason to show up early today, and I appreciate that. You're welcome to stay the whole night up to closed session. Not obligating you, but you're certainly welcome to stay. Okay, so the first thing we have on our agenda is the presentations, proclamations, and announcements, which is the mayor's presentation recognizing City Manager Elaine Jang for her years of service to the City Council of Rolling Hills. And as I'm sure most, if not all of you know, Elaine will be leaving us in several days. This is her last council meeting, so this is your last chance to take a shot at her, or to show her extreme praise, which I think is more appropriate. On a personal note, I like to feel that I bookended her service to the city. She started when I was mayor 5 years ago. Now she's leaving after 5 years, and I couldn't be more appreciative of what she's done during that 5-year period. And look forward to another city manager who I hope will bring the same initiative and the same passion and the same ability that Elaine has brought to us. I'm not overly hopeful that we'll find that, at least at her level, but something we'll be seeking. As a matter of fact, we'll be talking about that later tonight. Some of you may not be aware of the activity that the council is taking to replace Elaine, or her position at least, but we are working actively towards a solution to that. So that will bring me to, well, before I do that, is there any other council members that would like to make a statement?
My
Best
pleasure.
wishes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
They're lucky to get you.
Oh, well, thank you.
Thank you, Elaine.
Yes. Mayor Wilson, if I may.
Of course.
Briefly. So I came to Rolling Hills as a Public Works Utilities Director. And I think that when I initially met you, I'm not really sure what to think of the meeting, but I do recall sitting in that hot seat over there, wondering if we're all going to do this. And, you know, I was really honored by the fact that you reached out through Mike Jenkins and wanted to hire me. And I just want to take the opportunity to thank you for the opportunity to serve you. I've learned a lot. I befriended a whole community that I can certainly call upon anytime. And I do think you took a chance on me. I know that you're having interviews and stuff, and so I just want you to hear from me what a great opportunity it was for me that you took a chance on me, so thank you so much.
You're very welcome. We're going to present Elaine with a commendation and a plaque. Probably appropriate to do it off on the side over here.
Yeah, yeah. I didn't think I'd get a plaque.
Somebody was thinking about that.
Yeah, no, that's
You got her name
great.
on it.
Yeah, that's
So
great.
I'll read the whole commendation because it's kind of short. This is from the City Council. It says, "It is with great pleasure that we commend you for your invaluable service to the City Council of Rolling Hills. You have exemplified the highest levels of integrity, professionalism, and public service. We thank you for your dedication and commitment to our community." That's for you.
Thank you.
And then-
Thank you.
And we also have a plaque to commemorate, which should be right over your door, I think, at College Community Estates. People walk in, they see the history, but this is the plaque that the staff has put together for Elaine upon her departure.
Oh, well, thank you, staff. Thank you, John. Thank you, Kristen. I really appreciate that. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Wilson.
Thank you, you're very welcome.
Yeah.
Okay, next on the agenda is approve order of the agenda. And I have one thing that I would like to move, and that is item 14A. I would like to move that to 11A because we will have a speaker here, hopefully around 7:30. And
Mayor, just to clarify, you want to move it after the public hearing or before?
yes, after.
Okay.
And Mayor Wilson, the Rolling Hills Community Association manager is expected to be here for item 12B. I was hoping if we can go after the COG item,
Okay,
that would be great.
all right, so we'll hold the public hearing, then go to 14A, and then go to 12B, you said?
12B, that's right.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right. Anybody else have anything? Can I get a motion to approve those changes?
Make a motion, we approve the changes?
All in favor, please say aye. Motion passes. Blue folder items, there's one document in the blue folder, and that is part of 14A. So when we get to that, you can refer to that document.
Do a motion to receive and file now.
Could I get a motion to receive and file the blue folder item?
Make a motion to receive and file.
I'll second it.
Whichever one you want. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Motion passes. Public comment on non-agenda items. Please come up, Jim.
Jim Mockley, resident Rolling Hills. I think it's also time to comment on consent calendar, or are you going to call it separately?
No. Now is the time to comment on the consent calendar. If an item is pulled from the consent calendar, you'll get another chance to comment on that as well. But so if you have a comment on the consent
Okay.
calendar, go ahead and comment now.
Okay, first of all, I would like somebody to try to explain to me what's called by, on number 8E, I believe it's E, since I'm not looking at the front of the document anymore. Yeah, 8E, when you go to the Republic's notice that they sent here for what they're doing in the Rolling Hills, as far as their green waste and trash collection and what goes to recycling and what doesn't. On the second page of their report, they have something called organics. Can anybody tell me what organics is?
Food waste.
No.
And so, sir, if you would, why don't you just go throughout your entire public comment? We'll jot down the questions. That way,
Okay, well,
it's
I'll
not a
just
back
jump
and
right
forth.
into it then. If you guys can't explain it to me, I'm just going to come right out and say, I don't think they're recycling anything. And why are they not recycling if we're paying for it, especially when we're actually going to be physically paying for it? And I'd like to know why they're not. And if they're not, and you're going to pay for it, are you going to renegotiate their contract? Are they going to start picking up on different days? Why aren't they doing what their part of the contract is, and you're going to dump the cost of it back on the residents as an added amount? That's basically what my complaint is, because I know they're not recycling. And you know they're not recycling. If the rest of you don't know they're not recycling, that just goes to show you that you guys aren't communicating very well up there. They haven't been recycling for quite a while. They're not going to start recycling our waste through their program because they don't have it anymore. And they're not going to fix the plant that does the separation. So I want to know what you plan on doing about it, and I will leave because you don't want to answer any questions while I'm up here anyway.
Well, I would like to, we're not there yet, so, okay. Is there any other public comment on non-agenda items? Okay, so I would like to pull that item, so there could be some discussion on that, 8E.
I would
I'll second
second
it.
that.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any other items?
Yes, sorry. I have 8F, 8H, J, and K.
And I wanted to pull 8G and 8I.
Okay, got a lot of stuff to talk about. So that leaves items 8A through D and L.
I make a motion, we approve as presented 8A, B, C, D, and L.
Second?
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. All right, let's go in order. Let's take 8E.
8E we're doing?
Yeah, it's the one that Jim was just talking about. Okay, I'm gonna rely on staff to assist on this one, but we have been having some issues with Republic as far as them abiding by the terms of our contract, and we are in contractual discussions with them to rectify the situation. I can't say a whole lot more than that because we're in negotiations with them right now, but we recognize that they're not providing service according to the existing terms. There's some legal issues involved. I don't think it's gonna result in much, but there we go.
I think we also point out, Jim is correct. They are not recycling. Their facility had a fire and burnt down a while ago, which, and you know, and so they have not been recycling per the contract for quite a while.
I will say that they are meeting state requirements, even though they're not recycling. I'm not saying that that's fine. I'm just telling you that they're meeting the legal requirements in their trash collection process. But you're right, they're not recycling because their facility burnt down, as you mentioned. Their plans to replace it are vague, and as a result, we are in discussions with them now, and have been in discussions for, I don't know, a couple months now, to come up with a solution that we can live with and they can agree to. So it's not something that is not known by us. It's not something that's forgotten. It's a process, as everything that happens here is a process. Did I leave anything out that can be discussed?
I could add to that. We did have a solid waste and recycling committee meeting a few weeks ago. It was supposed to be continued to tomorrow, but we decided to move that on a little bit further so we have more information from our vendor. That meeting will be the second week of July, and it's still yet to be determined, but we're going to have that. You are correct, though, that they did mention that they are meeting the requirements right now for diversion, which is supposed to be 30%. So they mentioned they are in compliance now. What their concern is down the line in the future, falling out of compliance.
Okay,
And if I,
please.
go ahead.
Mayor Wilson, I thought this might be a good perspective to share with everyone here because staff at City Hall gets a lot of calls about Republic services. Particularly residents actually sort their own trash at home. And then to come find out when the scooter truck comes and or the mother truck gets loaded is that it just gets dumped altogether. Well, the city's contract or franchise agreement with Republic Services requires them to do mixed waste processing. What that means is that any waste collected from Rolling Hills is commingled. It goes to the facility that you've been talking about that's been burned down, where they actually sort it, and that's how they divert or recycle, divert from landfill, recycle, for example. So for all intents and purposes, what you're talking right now about negotiating with Republic Services, there wouldn't be any change. I think this is often what we hear at City Hall is that people call in, they're not sorting, they took my sorted trash and then just dumped it all together. Well, that's because the sorting takes place after it leaves Rolling Hill. So I just want to,
Well, that was before the thing burnt down. That's how it was working. Since it burnt down, they're not doing it.
since it's burned down, they can't use the facility to sort the trash, and so that's what they're becoming to us about it. At present, the franchise agreement requires them to have a facility to sort trash.
And if I could just say one more thing, Jim, you pointed out you were looking at page 2. You might notice on page 2 of the report where it says franchise, yes or no. This is no. So this on page 2 is not your franchise waste. This is extra things. This could be people paying for either manure or their own green waste pickup, if they have a bin or something like that. So this is not part of that. So we are working on the other one, but this, and organics, you ask what organics is, so let's say in your franchise agreement part, you're supposed to be putting your organics in with your green waste. So I don't know how many people know that, but that's what we're supposed, that's what they told us. Nobody's,
Well, yeah, our city, because of the size, is exempt from what many people know as organic or food waste recycling. So that can be, like Leah said, commingled with the green waste.
and that's true in a lot of cities, not just here. I have service someplace else, and that's what we've been told to do, because it goes with the green waste and ultimately gets composted. But I did just want to point out that that's what page 2 is not.
So I understand frustration in the community, believe me, because when we meet with Republic, that frustration is shared with them. I'm waving the contract in their face because they're not meeting the terms of it. So what we're trying to do is find a resolution to this, and requiring them to separate right now is not an option because there's no place to do that. So we have, that's just a fact. We have to deal with what we have, and we're working on a solution, again, that our community and our council will accept and that they'll agree to. So we've already met with them, I don't know, once or twice, but I know we had another meeting scheduled, like John said, tomorrow. That had to be postponed for scheduling purposes, but we will be meeting with them next month again. Okay.
Public comment.
Yes, public comment. Yes, come on.
Okay, now that I understand the form, my comment is pretty simple. It's, they're not going to rebuild the plant. They've already said that. So there's no solution there. So are you negotiating for them to pick up our recycling? And since we don't have to do it, are you telling us we don't have to worry about the recycling? Because that seems to be the only two options. They're going to have to make a separate pickup for it. Is it going to be on what they suggested Wednesday, or are we going to have to pay extra for this now because they're making another trip? So these are things that concern me. You just got to open our bill for $250,000 to pay Republic for that. You've spent, kind of offsets what you spent for the siren system, which is a little bit more than what you're offsetting it with this, but it's pretty close to $250,000 also. So it's like we pay for one thing with a fancy name for saying we're paying more in another way. So anyway, that was my main concern.
I understand your
And I
concerns,
just want to know if I should even bother, just throw all my stuff in with my garbage in my trash bag. I try to keep them separate so, because they, if
Keep
you
your
look.
green waste separate, because green waste still goes green waste. That's how we're making the state numbers, is because we have so much green waste.
And I understand they'll make that regardless.
At this point, you should continue to commingle it just the way that you have. And you say, tell me what, are you gonna do this, you're gonna do that? We don't know, we can't tell you what we're gonna do yet. We're in negotiation with them. That's the process.
I shouldn't worry about my recycling stuff being reasonably clean. Just go ahead and throw it in the trash because it's not going to be recycled anyhow until this whole matter is resolved.
Yep.
Correct? Okay. Just want to make sure what we were doing here again.
All right, thank you. All right, can I get a motion to receive and file?
I make a motion to receive and file.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Motion passes. 8F, approve a professional services agreement with HQE Systems, Inc. for installation of an emergency outdoor siren system in an amount not to exceed $261,000. Authorize the city manager to execute the agreement and finding the project categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act.
Yes.
Is that you? Okay.
That was me. So I just want to be quick about this. I would love to have a siren system that would be effective in notifying our residents of an emergency and effective in communicating with them while an evacuation is in progress so that they would know what effective routes are available and if the route they're taking is in fact been blocked because of the fire or other concerns. My concerns that I have been raising, and I don't believe are addressed in this contract, it's why I brought it up with the city attorney before this meeting, to make sure that as an attorney, it has language in it that will protect the city and the residents and give us the benefit of the bargain that I think the community is expecting to receive from such a siren system. Again, as I had mentioned, the main thing is going to be able to notify residents of an emergency. The biggest concern for us is when we have the majority of residents here that are in home, sleeping in their beds, and we have most people in the city, as opposed to when they're working, and there'll be some people outside the city. So I address those concerns, and I've been doing that continuously over a year. Now, the company, HQE, has been consistently saying that the minimum level should be, according to studies, is 70 decibels, and that would be sufficient to notify people. But we haven't had any data or other evidence to prove that. Last time at the meeting, they represented that there would be a minimum of 70 decibels, which they had already represented was the appropriate level, that would be able to be heard by all the residents in the city. That is not in this contract to the extent that it should be that minimum. At one point, they said something that, and if there needs to be some, if it's not working or needs to be an increased level, then we can add more sirens or add more poles. Well, at whose cost? I mean, we were represented that this system of these 3 poles was going to be sufficient to cover the whole city and sufficient for our needs to be able to notify residents of an emergency when they're in their homes. So again, I believe if they're going to represent that, then it needs to be something that is in the contract so that that does not happen as they represented, because we haven't had a testing in the city. Then it's going to be incumbent on the vendor to have to do that at their cost because of those representations, that they're representing that this system covers that. Another thing that was important, because I delved in, I'm on the Public Safety Committee for the cities. I've been trying to push the other cities to get involved in a siren system because I think it would help us all to be on the same page with the same system. That hasn't materialized yet, but I'm hopeful that it will. But in the meantime, we know we have this zone haven system, so I raised that issue with the vendor last meeting, and I said, we have this zone haven system, all the cities are using that, our city's using this, and I want to know, do you have some type of interface with zone haven so that
But wasn't
when-
that was discussed and answered?
Well,
You weren't
what
satisfied
their
with it?
answer was that, well, it didn't, they weren't saying there was an interface with Zone Haven, but they said whatever Zone Haven was putting out as a message would go to FEMA, and FEMA would then give it to HQE, and then they would be able to immediately put it out
So were
in
you
the sirens.
expecting a different answer?
Apparently there is a different answer. Apparently, contrary to what they said, I understand from our city attorney that they don't have built into the system some mechanism for, whereby all of the Zone Haven or Alert South Bay messages would get to FEMA, so that if it's not going to FEMA, then HQE is not getting it from FEMA. And so we have a situation where those are the 2 systems we use, Alert South Bay and Zone Haven. If the system that is putting out Evacuate Now, which is the most urgent message we can have, if that's not going to be able to be brought through these sirens that with HQE, except by some human being woken up and pushing the button to put that out there, then that's going to waste time where we're going to have possibly some residents get injured or die in the minutes it's taken for some human being to be involved, especially if it's at the middle of the night. So that's my concern when I asked the city attorney why those changes that conceptually he agreed would be good to protect the city aren't in there. He mentioned that there were some other situations that he discovered later, and he said I needed to bring it to the council raise these concerns, because I just want a system that's going to work for the intent, and that is to notify people. I don't want a situation where people have a sense of security. They think we have these sirens, but when it comes down to an emergency, it doesn't work because we didn't get the validation that it's going to work effectively for an emergency. And that would be worse, that people suffer thinking that they would have heard something and they don't get notified in time because somebody wasn't woken up, didn't push the button, and some people.
Okay, could I get comments from the city attorney?
Sure, so I can address the decibel level comment, and then I'll hand it over to Madam City Manager. So the decibel level that is incorporated into the contract is identical to the sound propagation study that was presented to all you last meeting. That is what the vendor represented in writing. If it is the direction of city council that is no longer sufficient, and we would like 70 decibels at every location in the city, that's entirely fine. I would just need consensus from at least 3 of you, and I will undoubtedly bring that to the vendor.
Well, we approved it at the last meeting based on what was presented, or what represented to us. So,
That's
Good.
okay.
Yes, that's correct.
Elaine?
I want to address Zone Haven and the integration of that to an outdoor siren system. So Zone Haven is not an alert system like Alert South Bay. Alert South Bay is something that a subscriber would subscribe to, and if there was news to be put out either by agencies or regional level or local level, you would get a text message, you would get an email, you would get a call on your phone number that you've submitted. Zone Haven does not work that way. Zone Haven, as I said in the meeting before, is actually a website that shows rolling hills divided into 3 different zones, 1, 2, 3. The first responders, when they respond to an emergency, will determine, for example, that Zone 1 needs to evacuate. And what they do is they connect with whoever's in charge of the website. I think it's LA County Office of Emergency Services to do that update. And so the last, I would say 4 weeks, 2 weeks, we've been doing exercises where we as city officials get notified of a fake event where Zone Haven is updated. And again, it's a website that's generally static, and it's only updated by first responders. So you as a resident, in order to know what the first responder is saying, you actually have to have access to that website. And a competitor to HQE on an outdoor siren system apparently acquired the technology to Zone Haven. And what HQE, as I understand it, alluded to in answering the question last meeting was that the language in which a Zone Haven system talks to an outdoor siren system is just on a language, and that HQE would have the ability to code it, this feature, because they know the language. I'm not a technical expert, so I'm regurgitating to you what the vendor is saying and based on what conversations I've had with the HQE system. But I don't want to get away from what the scope of work was to begin the process. A couple of years ago, when HQE presented the outdoor siren system, at the time, the requirement, and I still think it's the requirement today, is that there needs to be a system that puts out a siren to notify all residents of Rolling Hills that there is an emergency. And that should operate in the event of a complete power failure, where you have no access to the internet, landline, or anything that requires to be powered up. So Zone Haven, if you have complete power failure, you won't be able to access it because you need to go to a computer that has internet access to kind of see what's happening on there. Now, the other thing I will say too is that, you know, whatever happens in Zone Haven that we're part of, do you want that to be your default operation to activate your siren? Or do you want to have some level of control to do that? So this goes into operations at a later time. But I think that the requirement with HUE has never been that you need to integrate with something like Zone Haven. That's first. Secondly, do you want to, So that's what I have to offer in terms of technical knowledge.
Okay, thank you.
And I
Do-
have,
Wait, hold on.
okay, sorry.
Are there other council members that want to ask questions of our staff?
I think that we brought up this issue when the vendors were here. Isn't it accurate that we asked this very question about how will the alert be sent out, when it will be notified? And the answer was actually the sirens will be sounded per the recommendations of our fire chief or police chief. It's not through the centralized outfit anyway, isn't that correct?
That is correct.
Well, the fire department and the law enforcement works in cohesion with determining what zones to be evacuated.
Right.
And so the idea is, there is a system where, you can get it where if they're saying this zone needs to be evacuated, there's an automatic, where it's built into the system where it automatically go out, because you now have the fire department and law enforcement agreeing, this zone has to be evacuated. That's the decision you need. So the quicker you can implement it, the better. My understanding is that even Alert South Bay, which is our notification system, they have, with HQE, my understanding is they don't have a way that their system could be programmed so that they could be as quick as possible. As soon as the first responders agree a zone has to be evacuated, it could be automatically programmed so as to go out to those zones. And so that's what I'm talking about. And in addition, I just think it's important when they said that, they go, hey, we are hooked up with FEMA. I think what they were referring to was the IPAWS system, which is the Integrated Public Alert and Warning System. But what I understand is that all of our alert from Alert South Bay, or even from alerts that go out, evacuate now from, Zone Haven, the software, which can send out alerts if it's programmed with a siren system. Because I know there is one that Genesis makes, so they have it programmed. But again, there could be a system installed.
Don't keep doing it again. Let's just.
Okay, all
let's
right,
just-
I'm just trying to explain the background because I've dug into the details. I just want what is going to help our city residents. And if it's not going to be as quick as it could be, or they've made representations.
We don't want something that some guy typed into a computer someplace else setting off our sirens. We want the local people here to say, I want to make this happen, and they push the button and it happens. It has I want to make sure it's right. So,
And that's what I'm trying to do.
no, I want to make sure that we're not scaring the hell out of the people who live here because somebody typed something in. Why don't we open it up public comments so we can vote?
I don't want anything.
Okay, but-
I'm not asking for anything to put in the contract that says what we do for protocols. All I'm saying is that it's capable.
Is capable of doing it.
No,
is.
apparently not.
It is a simple piece of software that they can write. If we want to change it so it's no humans are involved, so it's all AI driven, they can write a piece of software to connect us to these things. It's not that big of a deal.
According to the city attorney,
The city attorney, his IT department?
No,
Correct,
that he
yeah.
heard.
Correct, so
talking
I
to them, that it's
I
not-
do have to step in here, Mr. Mayor.
But
Got
I'm
it,
gonna- No, I'm going to hear from you first.
got it. So the comment from myself was not any type of technical limitation on what HQE can do. Rather, what it was a statement that, one, the Zone Haven technology is the proprietary technology of a competitor. They are not able to integrate with that. So yes, to the extent that I made a comment on their technical limitations, it was just that they cannot integrate with Zone Haven. And then we did flesh out the very issue that Councilman Piper did bring up, is that it was my professional opinion that it's unwise to put in this contract to HQE upon getting this notice from anyone outside of the city manager or the local people, you must sign this, you must go ahead and flip the switch. I didn't think that was the direction of council. If that was wrong, my mistake, that's fine, we can change that. But that was the reason why I could not draft language that basically contemplates every iteration and then direct HQE. This is exactly what you must do in the event of a Zone Haven alert, in the event of a South Bay alert. And so once again, I will leave it at that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I'm going to open it to public comment, if there is any.
Arlene Honbo, 33 Portuguese Bend Road. So I would like to remind the council, I think most of you know, maybe except B, that it was never a requirement 2 years ago that we wanted to interface with Zone Haven. My understanding, and I'm a technical person, my background was when I was working, implementing major systems for companies and cities. So I think I know what I'm talking about. If you have a requirement, the requirement needs to be folded into the documents, as Elaine mentioned, so that you can submit it to any and all vendors that they can meet the requirements. The requirements, as I understand it, was never, hey, we're going to interface with Zone Haven. You brought it up because for whatever reason, you think it's important.
Quicker the better.
But
It's still-
Can you
It doesn't have anything to
direct
do
your
with
comments to the council, please?
quicker. Okay, but I feel like we continue to be pushed down a rabbit hole for something that is not the requirements that were established by residents in terms of what residents thought we needed. I mean, the city didn't create the requirements in a vacuum. You know, you got input from residents. So this discussion about interfacing with Zone Haven, if the city wants to spend money interfacing with, once Zone Haven sends a message to FEMA, go ahead and spend another $100,000 or whatever it's going to take to interface with the FEMA system. Because, you know, if you have a lot of money, you can interface with anything. So if it's a requirement for the city, then yes, go ahead and do it. But it's going to cost money, nothing is free. So what I'm trying to bring up to the city council is, what are the requirements? The requirements were established with the city manager and the block captain programs, who are residents. And if the fire department knows that they have to evacuate, if they're the ones who are pulling the trigger, it's not a system, it's a human being who's saying this area has to be evacuated, then that communication should be sent to the incident commands, which is the city, and then the sirens could be notified. That's my comment. Basically, in summary, I'm trying to say, I don't know where this requirement that we have to interface with Zone Haven ever came up. The block captains know nothing about it, nothing.
Thank you, Arlene. Anyone else? Come on up, Jim. Oh, you got it now? Nat? If you see the council waving erratically, there's a gnat
Likely
up here.
resident, Rolling Hills. It was my understanding that this system wasn't going to be specifically triggered by anybody. It was going to be determined, announcements to be done by the city manager or their designee. Maybe I'm wrong about what I heard the last time, but I thought that's what it was. Because the fire department is not going to tell you anything. I thought the whole reason of getting one that talks to you is so that you can actually give somebody some information other than, it's time to get out of Dodge, you know. You could tell them that we have a fire on the east side of the city, you know. So we know where the smoke's coming from, and everybody can start preparing to leave, because nobody's going to say, car and gun, we got to load this stuff up what's valuable to us. Stuff like our documents, stuff, you know, we're going to take this stuff with us. So we don't want to wait for the fire department to tell us it's time to evacuate, because they already said that they're not even going to inform us until it's time to evacuate on a fire. They're not going to tell us that they're going down there and fighting a fire. They're not going to tell us anything until the actual time to evacuate. which is a little bit late. So if the city manager or the city manager's designee or whoever it is at the time can give people some information, which is the whole idea of having a voice communication, that we have a fire in some part of the city, if we're close to that part of the city, it'd be nice to be able to start packing our stuff up to wait to find out if we're gonna have to evacuate. So, I hope I'm right, that the city manager was the one that's supposed to be the one that's gonna trigger this, okay? Now, if you wanna have an automatic trigger also, you could, but I mean, I think it's very important that if you're gonna spend the money on a voice system, that we be able to get some information before it's just time to evacuate, so we can prepare to evacuate if we need to. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Come on up.
I promised myself I wasn't gonna say anything tonight, but I'm forced.
Lied.
Yeah, I know. Alfred Visco, 15th Century. Multiple channels of communication, that's what we're talking about. And having lived through the last fire, the way I was told to evacuate was the sheriff knocking on the door, yelling, "Get out." I was already prepared. I had my big truck sitting there. I loaded everything up, wetting everything down. And the time he was telling me, "Get out," I noticed the fire had shifted and now was coming in front of me. Before it was out by where the Nakamaras are, which is north-south east of me. The wind shifted. It came across south of me and jumped into Paintbrush Canyon on the west. That's the time I thought, uh-oh, this is a major problem, and that's when the sheriff was fortunately knocking on the door, yelling at me, "Get out," okay? What we're talking about is operational. How do you get the get out to the city residents, and where to get out? That's why we're having the siren. That's why we're having not only siren capability, but voice capability. How that is triggered is irrelevant to me. I want someone to trigger it. Now, you're going to, if you have no electricity, I suspect you're not going to be able to be triggered by this Haven situation. I suspect you're not going to be able to trigger it by the alert people either. So it's going to have to be a physical person located somewhere that has electricity. Hey, how about that power backup for City Hall we've been talking about for a couple of years? That's going to have electricity, be able to push the button and say, "Get out." Now, whether that's here at City Hall or located back where the HQ of this organization is, I don't know. I haven't dug into that, and I don't really care. I'm assuming you're going to be able to figure all that out, that you're going to be able to trigger this thing when you have no electricity in the city because you're working off your backup generators at City Hall, or you're able to somehow communicate from outside the city. I would assume it's going to be the backup generators at City Hall. Right now, we don't have that, by the way. Okay.
Thank you, Fred. Dustin?
Yeah, just real quick. Dustin McNabb, 11 Quail Ridge South. There was a statement made earlier that I just wanted to correct, and Jeff, you were here last time too, that the Zone Haven people were providing FEMA with alarms or messages. It's just the opposite. In fact, that's what we heard from HQE, that it's actually FEMA that broadcasts messages that Zone Haven or others, any other vendor can assimilate and take action on. So HQE, Zone Haven, they're all working off of FEMA. That's what HQE reported last time. I just want to make sure we're making decisions based on actual information that we got last time from HQE. That's all I want to say.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to council. Somebody like to make a motion?
I would just like to make.
file.
Motion will approve as presented?
Approve as presented.
Is there a second?
Hold on a second. The only thing in this whole thing that is the question that I would say is, are we expecting the 70 decibels? And if we're expecting that, so what I would say is, can we make a motion to approve as presented with the one part about it, making sure there's 70 decibels?
And to all the residents.
And put Councilmember Pipers instead.
And that it's going to.
No, you can't add to his motion.
No, I'm just asking, in terms of 70 decibels. It has to be to everybody that's in the city.
That's not what they presented. They gave us a map. It clearly,
That's what I'm.
The map doesn't show that
Councilmember Piper just said it has to be 70 decibels to everybody in the city.
That's what I'm saying, that the map does not show everybody in the city.
Sorry,
So we need to do that.
Elaine,
I promised I won't talk about this ever again. Mayor Wilson, I just want to inform the city council that what you approved last meeting is what was presented. If you do change a term, I think it's doable. But what that means is that the HQE will have to go find a way to make sure that everywhere, including Mayor Wilson's house, get that 70 decibel. And if you recall, yes, you could. But what was reflected at the last meeting, what was approved, would be different than what you would approve tonight. And could there be cost impacts to what you approved previously? So whatever you like, that's totally fine. As a staff member, I just want to inform you that there is cost implications to changes to what was reflected.
Then they're gonna need to come back to us and say, hey, to do this and that so we can understand that. Because my take on it was that it was gonna be 70. And I understand there's gonna be some dips, and that also means there's gonna be people who have more. That's what they're gonna do. So, go ahead.
So before we vote on that, can I ask for clarification? I thought that with the sound propagation study, that we felt HQE had said that according to the maps that we had, that there was this level of coverage. They didn't say to get this level of coverage, every place has to be 70 decibels. So I thought that what we were agreeing on was that we wanted to get coverage. And if their sound propagation said that the average of 70 or whatever is what it takes to do what we saw on those maps with all the circles, I don't know why we would need to call out to tell them to put 70 decibels in places where there may not even be a residence.
I think that what we were talking about, I've seen contracts where it says the vendor understands that the city is interested in having a sound siren system that is capable of notifying all the residents in the city of any emergencies in an intelligible fashion with both voice and siren. And the vendor represents that there will be a minimum of 70 decibel for all the residents in the city to accomplish that. That's when you put it in, that this is what they understand, what we want, and they're gonna give us a minimum of 70 decibels for everybody in the city, so there's no city members left out.
okay, so their proposal to us did not include 70 decibels to every square inch of Rolling Hills. What I understand is you want to make it that way, though, in your.
My take on what they said was we're gonna get 70 decibels at everybody's houses.
Well, not mine. I mean, mine
But they said it orally, though.
was cut out, and probably a couple other houses around mine.
Right.
But if you want to change the contract on a vote here to require that, we could do that, like it's been discussed, but that's not.
Well, all they're gonna do is make it louder other places.
Right. Or add another pole or something, I don't know, but I don't know if they can meet the requirement of this motion without some change, either more money or change in the process, which might result in more money. So, you know, if that's what you guys want to do, then we just need to be aware moving forward here. We can approve it with that requirement. They may not be able to meet comply with the requirements based on the way the language is or the price of the contract.
I just hate to see us who are not tech people telling the tech people what they have to do to provide the coverage.
They told us they need 70 decibels.
Yes.
But
And
everywhere.
we looked at the map.
Right.
And Pat's house is not in a 70 decibel
And
zone.
then he said,
Right.
again, I'll
And then
get
he
that
said he could put another siren on the pole. He
Yeah,
could put
maybe
as
they
many
could
as
put
30, and then
another
it wouldn't do it, or he could up it.
Right.
And then there's more in some areas
So,
and less in others.
here's what
That's
we're gonna
fine.
We're gonna put it in there that we're expecting a minimum of 70 decibels at residence. And doesn't mean every ounce of every residence and this part of the backyard at every residence, that's what we're expecting as a minimum. If that's a problem, then we're gonna have a conversation only about this piece. We're not gonna talk about Zone Haven ever again. We're not talking about any of the stuff again, just this one piece.
Talk about whatever we want.
I know, I'm just tired. I mean,
But we can vote too. So you made a motion.
So
right?
the motion was to approve as presented with the understanding that they would provide 70 decibel coverage in all residences within Rolling Hills. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay, is there a second?
And I seconded that.
Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay, Leah has a no.
Okay.
All right, motion passes. Okay, 8G, approve a professional services agreement with Energy
I
Solutions.
just told this because I voted against it before. I want to vote for it now, so we just need to vote again.
Let me just finish. Energy Solutions Company, Site Logic as an alternative approach to,
We don't need to read it. We can just.
okay, fine.
Public comment?
Yeah. Public comment on 8G. Seeing none, back to
I
council.
make a motion, we approve as presented.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay,
Opposed? No, you gotta say opposed. Beth.
opposed?
No.
Thank you.
Okay.
Do you
And
wanna do
8
a
ayes,
voice
same
vote?
thing?
You want to do a voice vote?
With H, right?
We gotta get H in here.
H.
Oh, did someone pull H?
Yeah, I did.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so, 8H, I pulled that one because there was a discussion that involved, the Rolling Hills Community Association, doing some area of our green in DG to stabilize it for, residents that may have some ambulatory issues so that we don't have any accidents when people want to meet on the green for community events. However, that was something in which we would then provide $10,000 for the landscaping for the tennis court project, which apparently that was usually part of the Rolling Hills Community Association, that they were going to do that as part of the remodeling of the tennis court area.
This has to do with the lease?
I know, but in order to formalize that, it has to be in the lease. I discussed this with the city attorney, that we're gonna have something where they're gonna build and maintain a DG area, so we have something stable, so people who come in on walkers or wheelchairs or whatever, they're not going to suffer injury to meet with other community members. We think we should have an area that's safe for them to meet there. But then if the community association is gonna do it, it has to be part of the lease agreement.
Mayor Wilson, I'm sorry, but this item has nothing to do with a project on the City Hall campus.
That's what I was trying to
What this
understand, the
item,
nexus.
what this item is that the current lease agreement with Rolling Hills Community Association stipulated a rent that's about $5,000 and change, and that dollar amount ends June 30th, 2023. So this item is coming to you to request the city council to continue that rent amount into to the end of the term, which is 2028.
That's what I
And
read.
if you recall, the First Amendment reduced the rent, and there were some items that the Rolling Hills Community Association picked up with respect to traffic control devices. So this item is really just asking the council, and recommending through the council to continue that reduced rent all the way to 2028.
And I would inquire of the city council, city attorney.
Do we have a public comment, or can we?
Let
make a
me hear from the
motion?
city attorney first, then I'll do public comment.
Sure, so the conversation that myself and Councilmember Derringer had, it was the first I had heard about the laying down or DG including, and I simply directed, I said it to her, I'll say it to everyone, that if there is an agreement like that, yes, it would be best if it was formalized.
It's not part of the lease agreement per se.
Correct, and so it could be, it could be in the lease agreement, it could be somewhere else. That was the extent of our, at least as I recall, our conversation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Anything else from the council? Questions? Okay, public comment? Seeing none, back to council.
So I would move that we, what am I supposed to say?
Approve as presented.
Approve as presented.
I'll second it.
And I would ask that we just simply include that agreement
There's
in
a
the lease
motion, I
agreement.
made the motion that didn't include that.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed. those.
All right,
yeah,
thank you.
so-
Would you guys be okay if the next time Leah and I meet with them to talk about the drainage and the whatever, that we maybe add in the lease agreement? Because they want to do a much longer one. Okay? Thank you. All right.
Yeah, that takes us to 8I, adopt resolution 1338, setting the rate for refuse services
Right.
city for 1432.
Yeah, I want to pull because I didn't want to raise people's rates, and so I want to vote no again.
Okay. Any questions before I open to public comment? All right, public comment. Seeing none, back to council.
I make a motion, we approve as presented.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
I
Thank you.
would say no, I would like just to be a partial subsidy this year, and then we can add another subsidy.
That's called no.
Okay. 8J. I got it. It was 3-2, right? You got that,
Right.
Christian? Okay. So 8J, receive and file capital improvement project assignments for fiscal year 2023 through 24.
All right. This, I pulled this because it's listing in here, capital improvement projects. And at least the impression is that all of these are going to be coming up for fiscal year 2023-24. Although some of them we have already talked about when we were discussing the budget, that we won't have the money to pursue during this fiscal year. And in addition, the 3 smaller scale projects, one of which that has not been brought up to the council and hasn't been approved, was the issue that I mentioned, that was increasing the dirt ground DG on the areas between City Hall and the Rolling Hills Community Association building for seniors attending dinner on the green events. That one, although that may make sense to do if we have some parameters of what that looks like and how much of an area, and that it's also maintained, that's not something we approved as a council. We need to, and there's been no discussion that we do that in 2023, 24, but I mean, obviously the sooner the better. We don't want anybody getting hurt. So all I'm saying is that this doesn't represent what we are going to be doing, actually, and it gives the impression that we are going to accomplish all of these assignments in this fiscal year, when it's not really the case, based on budget.
Thank you. Elaine, do you have any comment on that?
Yeah.
By the way, it refers to DG. It's my understanding that DG is decomposed granite, not dirt ground.
Yeah.
Thought I'd throw that out there.
The list here is prompted by the fact that I am going to be leaving Rolling Hills. But nowhere in this report says that the city council committed to these projects. All I'm doing is to give you an assignment list so that you at least have a point of contact to know to refer to. If, for example, we're talking about the little library, and that did get council approval, if you recall. There are things that city staff adjust all the time, depending on our risk management eyes. And we make adjustment here at City Hall where it needs to. With respect to the, I'll just call it a dirt area, Mayor Wilson, on the City Hall campus, that's most conducive for holding dinner on the green. We often work with Rolling Hills Community Association through the lease agreement, utilizing the handyman hours that's in there. So just kind of refresh the council members' memory. The lease agreement provides the city with some number of handyman hours per month. 5 hours, I think, is what it is. And so if we don't use it this month, then we can carry that over to the next month. And what Kristen will do is to ask her maintenance crew, Artie and folks, to help us out with that. And so there are projects that we work with them just by utilizing the handyman hour. So some of those are not apparent to council because they're just operational improvements here, whether if it's on the campus or actually at City Hall. I'm only listing here, again, as I said, it's just so that council has more knowledge, more information as to what's taking place. Assigning someone to the 8-inch sewer main, for example, that's because there's an outstanding grant that was applied through Congressman Liu's office. And so assigning somebody, even though the council did not approve the project yet, at least you have a liaison that staff can refer to for questions on the project.
Thank you. Any questions from the council members? Public
Appreciate
comment?
that explanation, wasn't clear from the staff report.
Any public comment on this item? Seeing none, back to council.
Make a motion, we approve as presented.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Thank you. Motion
Just
passes.
receive and file, but
We've been on the consent calendar for an hour.
Still going. 8K, approve continuing with Alan Palermo Consulting for project management services during fiscal year 2023 through 24 and direct staff to prepare a fourth amendment to the professional services agreements. I don't know who pulled that.
I did pull it, and the reason being that we have, some of these proposals are one of the ones that we mentioned that we would not have the budget, according to the budget which is coming up, the only capital improvement project we're doing, besides the siren system, is the solar panel system. So all of the other things that we are now allocating funds for, or have specifically been indicated, it's going to be for construction in 2023-24, when we won't have construction on those particular projects. So I would ask that if we want to pull this and hold it until after we've gone through the projects that we discuss later on, then that would make more sense. But at this point, to approve a contract and allocate funds for him to consult on projects that we may not do because of finances, I think that we should not be doing that.
The recommendation is to pull it.
Pull it and hear it after we've gone through the projects.
meeting?
For this meeting,
Okay.
yes. I mean, we can do it in a subsequent meeting if we're trying to save time for this meeting, because we have a lot of things on the agenda. But I'm just saying it doesn't make sense to handle that first when we haven't even discussed whether we're doing those projects.
Okay, Elaine, would you like to comment? Or city attorney?
Mr. Alan Palermo is here tonight. Alan, if you want to just wave. I know he's worked at, or provided service to the city of Rolling Hills. I'm not really sure the city council has ever met Alan. The project management contract has been going on for several years here at Rolling Hills, and it supplements staff's ability to manage some of these projects. I think that we have talked about it in years past, that a proposal that comes in basically tells you what the estimation is for managing a certain project. If the city council decides that you don't want to move forward with the ADA improvement for City Hall, then Alan doesn't bill hours to that project. So this contract is really staff asking Alan, if all these projects were to go through and he was assigned to manage them, what would that cost? But if you decide not to go through with a project, then obviously there will be no hours charged and there'll be no bill coming to the city. On his proposal, there is the outdoor siren project. There is the Crest Road and Eastfield utility undergrounding and vegetation management. If you recall, those are funded by the FEMA Cal OES grant, which requires delivery in 2024, and maybe the other one's 2025 as well. So to the extent that you want to change up the contract such that it doesn't mention any projects that's not approved by the council, that's totally fine. But know that if you do decide to go forward with the project, then there will be no budget allocated in Alan's contract going forward, and then you'll have to wait for that to happen, to come back to you, et cetera.
So this is a not to exceed, basically, the 56,100, and each project has a not to exceed number associated with it.
That is correct.
And which would only be charges if the project moved forward, if we use his services.
That's right.
I would indicate, though, that if you're going to use it for the siren project, the description on page 111 is provide support to the city staff for undergrounding projects and vegetation management projects. So that appears to be a wrong description for that event, for that project.
Are you talking about number 2?
Number 2, yes. Doesn't have anything to do with the siren project, and I'm not sure what would be needed, but.
We can update that project description, but it would be liaison to HQE system since you approved the contract
Okay.
earlier.
All right. Public comment? Seeing none, back to council.
I would make a motion to approve as presented.
I'll second.
Is that the, I want to make sure we get this right. Yeah, okay. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Yeah, I'll say aye, that's fine.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, moving right out of consent calendar. Commission items, I see none. Public hearing and consideration of resolution number 1339, adopting the fiscal year 2023 through 24 budget, and resolution number 1340, establishing the annual appropriations limit for the city of Rolling Hills.
Mayor, members of the council, our finance director, Robert Samario, is not here this evening to give a presentation, but I think part of the reason is that we've had a lot of workshops up to this point, and since the council approved the proposed fiscal year 23-24 budget with some changes, what we've done is bring all those documents back per council's direction, and it's presented here for formal adoption. If you'd like me to go through the budget again, I could do that, but I didn't think that that's what council needed this evening, but certainly I can take your lead.
Would anybody like a formal presentation on the budget that we've already been through a few times now? Okay. Any questions of Elaine before I open the public hearing?
I do. There's several things that we are going to be taking up after this item, and I just want to clarify that based on what is indicated here and what Robert said earlier, that these other capital projects that were being asked are not included in the budget, such as 12A, 12B, 12C. And all of those would in fact require reserves to be removed. That is would be in addition to what was recommended by Mr. Samario. Is that correct?
Yes, what you see in the budget documents is what you approved at last meeting, and the only capital improvement project that you allocate funds to is the City Hall campus backup power, which is included in one of the attachments, showing the allocation of $250,000. The other reports that you mentioned, 12A, 12B, 12C, in these individual reports, it also says that there don't have funds allocated to it, and if you do approve it tonight, it'll be allocated from the general fund reserves.
And Mr. Samario would give us what is left in the reserves based on what we previously approved without these additional pulling from reserves. And so what was that figure? What is that figure now? Just based on the current budget that we have here in 11A.
I believe the last report that Robert gave on the general fund reserves is that you're meeting the 100% reserve policy. And I'm just working off of memory. I think that was 2.1 million plus another $900,000 that is at your disposal to spend. Of that 900, you allocated 250 to the backup power. So I know I'm not giving you the exact numbers, but those are just what I recall as the general fund reserve report that Robert gave.
Okay, so then in terms of how we have said that we're not going to, we're going to fund 100% in reserves of our budget, and then when we do that, there's only 900,000 approximately left in the reserves, and of that 900,000, the 250,000 that's represented here for the battery solar backup project is being taken out of that 900,000.
It's not in reserves, it's expendable before our reserve limit, which is 150% of our budget. So that's extra money that we can spend. The whole intent was to do one-time improvements like the tennis court with these funds that are there, and that's what she's talking about. We have 900,000 in that pot.
And I'm trying to figure out that the 250 comes out of the 900,000, correct?
Yes, it does, but what Councilmember Black is saying is that the budget that you approved with the refuse and no subsidy for refuse is that you have some surplus this year based on the budget that was presented, and some of the surplus can go to allocating to the 250. but the surplus would go back to this reserve. The reserve we used to be fund the backup power. So, I mean, we're talking about taking money from, the same place. But yes, to answer your question, yes.
Because my understanding was that he was factoring in, based on this budget, that we would not do any subsidies for the refuse, so that basically all that money would be added into this. So that's why, so in essence, we only have like 650,000, basically, that's in the reserves over and above. From, subtracting the 250 from the 900,000 that's left over.
You also see there's a surplus of 250 based on this budget. You know the surplus will be more than that.
I don't know. I'm just trying to understand for myself.
Councilmember Derringer, Robert comes quarterly to give you an update on general fund reserve and the figures associated with that. So the next report would be early July, because he's waiting for the quarter to end, and the quarter is April, May, June. So he will be here to give a more detailed report on that.
But we haven't even voted on whether to move forward with these projects yet. If we do, we're eyes wide open. This is how much money we have, and we can
Right.
decide or not decide to do it.
Okay, I just wanted to get that, because he's not here to find out what we have in the reserves.
I'd like to open the public hearing. Do we have any public comment on the adoption of the budget for the city? Seeing none, I guess you all trust us.
I make a motion, we approve as presented.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you. All right, that takes us to 14A, which is yes, thank you. I'm trying to find it. Okay, so we've talked about this a couple of times now. This is about whether Rolling Hills should continue to be a member of the South Bay Cities Council of Governments. There's been some discussion over the years about the value of the COG to Rolling Hills, what benefits we receive from it, and I think we all realize that we don't benefit from every project or every initiative that the COG puts forward because of the private nature of our city, for example. But there are benefits that we do receive. Some of it is staff support for planning. Although they don't help us with transit directly, because we don't have transit, although that's on the agenda for later. Use of funds for improving intersections and streets, although not specific to the boundaries of Rolling Hills. I believe most of our residents probably leave the city and use these streets that are benefit from COG funds and COG contributions. But what I'd like to do is allow the president or the board chair of the COG, John Cruikshank, Mayor Pro Tem Rancho Palos Verdes, as I'm sure many of you know. You'll be limited to 2 minutes, by the way. I'm kidding, John. Kidding. But John has been instrumental in encouraging us to remain a member of the COG and also encouraging the board members. And by the way, there's an item in the blue folder that I want you to see. Now, at the last meeting, I made a proposal to the COG to change our dues, the money we pay to remain in the COG, to $3,500 for the main membership and then $1,000 for the, what was that called? Regional planner. Yeah, for regional planning. It was a special assessment. So that's a total of $4,500. If you look at your blue folder item, it shows what they actually invoiced us. So what the COG has agreed with the approval of the council is for us to remain a member of the COG at less than half of the rate that they invoiced us for. The amount that they invoiced us, I'm not 100% clear on how they got to that amount. It's a combination of a minimum amount. It's also based on population. It's also based on budget. But clearly, and I think you're all aware that we were paying a much higher cost per resident than any other city. So that was my main point to them. And there was some lively debate, I will say. There was some votes against this, but I think the final vote was 10-4, approving a reduction in our dues with the condition that it would apply to this year, and there was no guarantee that it would apply to subsequent years. So if we approve this tonight, we'll probably be in the same position next year if the council wants to remain on the COG at a reduced rate. I can't really predict where that's going to be, but we have the opportunity to remain members of the COG for the next 12 months, starting July 1st, at a total of $4,500 as opposed to the $8,817 for which we've been invoiced. So John, I'd like to turn it over to you.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. John Cruikshank, Mayor Pro Tem of the neighboring city of Rancho Palos Verdes, and my last week as Chair of the South Bay City Council of Government. For the edification of those listening in or watching in, so the South Bay City Council of Government represents the 16 cities all the way to the north in El Segundo and down to the peninsula, and actually includes San Pedro as well, and 2 of the county seats, District 4 and District 2. And so that's what consists of the South Bay City Council of Government. Currently, all 16 cities are members of the COG. And one of the driving reasons for me wanting to retain Rolling Hills as one of our team members of the COG is because of that. That the belief is that we work together better as a group, especially with regional issues. And certainly those regional issues include important things like the mayor had mentioned in terms of transportation. We've all noticed that not necessarily has things improved in regards to our traffic issues, and many of those are caused in our neighboring cities. The city of Rancho Palos Verdes has applied for Measure M monies and is doing improvements to Western Avenue, which I'm sure many of your residents are able to utilize. Hopefully you do. So that's kind of an idea of regional issues. As was mentioned, so back in the year 2000, the minimum of $3,500 was actually set as the assessment, as the minimum in terms of that. Currently, and I don't know the calculus equation either, Mr. Mayor, so it's a little bit confusing to all of us. But your city and was paying the minimum amount, and then there's some cities that are paying much more. And I didn't look up our amount, but I believe ours is in the $18,000 range. And of course, we have a much larger population than you. We have 42,000 residents. And I believe you have, what, 1,600 or I don't know.
Somewhere there.
Yeah, somewhere in that neighborhood. So I think the mayor came to our board meeting. We afforded him that as the delegate of the city of Rolling Hills. And he made a very good argument in regards to the price per resident. And I think it was a compelling argument that he made. And like he mentioned, it was a 10-4 vote. Now, I wasn't at the previous vote where it was rejected, but it was very close. I think it was closer, 7-6 or something. And so you can see that his persuasiveness actually got more people to vote yes. I voted yes to the mayor's proposal. And so I guess what I'm saying in that regard is that, you know, what the year also buys is not only the inclusion in the COG, which I feel is an important regional organization, but also the opportunity for Rolling Hills and others to come back with that same argument in regards to how are the dues assessed, how can they maybe be more fairly assessed per city. The dues certainly make up a portion of what the COG uses as its revenue, but it's certainly not the majority of funds. The COG does receive, several grants, and that's the majority of their funds, and they do that through grant writers and through the programs that they offer. Some of those other programs, of course, are the Environmental Service Center that does a number of things like the water collection barrels and educating people in regards to drought tolerance and other things that we rely on. So that's some of the many things that the COG works on. So one of the programs that I know, and so as was mentioned, the offer was from the city to pay the $3,500 for the general dues and another $1,000 for this regional planner. And so the regional planner was the one that put together this ADU acceleration program. All of us are grappling, our city of Rancho Palos Verdes is still grappling with getting our housing element approved so that we can get into the next cycle of RHNA numbers and assessment. And one of the ways our city, and I believe your city probably is looking at ways to meet your numbers in terms of those needs assessment are through ADUs. That's certainly something that we want to try to utilize in our city as well. So that program for the ADUs, and that's what they call REAP 1, which is the Regional Assessment.
Regional Needs Housing Assessment.
Yeah, thank you. So there's two of those programs going on, and so I understand the value of Rolling Hills participation without having someone doing that was between $13,000 to $15,000. So just that one program alone had some real serious numbers to it. Also, all the cities within the South Bay City Council government are connected through the fiber network, which I believe this City Hall is utilizing for roughly $1,000 per month. And the next comparable service would have been $1,600. The installation of roughly $18,000 was paid for through the COG. So there's another cost that was borne through the COG through a grant that was mostly, I believe, through the transportation monies. And then for me, what I see as the biggest benefit is that we as individual cities, we can go and try to go to Sacramento hat in hand and hope to God that they actually listen to us, but we all know that that's not really realistic. We as a regional group, as the COG, has a much better chance of bringing issues to Sacramento, and because I believe the South Bay, of all the locations in the county, there's a definite synergy between all the cities that are within the COG: El Segundo, Hawthorne, Carson, Rolling Hills, Palos Verdes Estates, Torrance, Redondo Beach. These cities I've lived in many of them. I've migrated south from El Segundo down to Rancho Palos Verdes, and having lived and worked in most of them, I know that there's definitely a synergy. And so when we talk as one voice to Sacramento, it has a lot more power and effectiveness than we talking as individual cities. So, and some of the big issues that we certainly are talking about are the 710 corridor project, which is now a no project. You probably notice there's much more traffic that's occurring on the 110 freeway because of no project being done for truck traffic going from the Port of Long Beach and LA up the 710 corridor. LAWA, or work that's being, I wouldn't blame fast lane transportation. Of course, the issues that are going on at the airport and those things that affect us there, and all of our local roads. And of course, the oppose or support letters that we write to Sacramento for legislation, the onslaught of the RENA numbers, and the ongoing fight for local control, or all that. So I personally expended a lot of goodwill on that vote. Pat knows that, the mayor knows that, in regards to our executive director. She was a little frustrated by the vote.
Let's just say it wasn't supported by staff.
Yeah, but, and it was rightly said that the COG is actually controlled by the board, and those are the cities and the 2 county seats that are there. Staff is certainly an important part of that organization, but they're not the ones that vote, and that vote showed that it's the elected officials that are truly in power on that board, and it's their voices that are being heard through the COG. I personally don't believe in everything that the organization does, but who does in any organization at this point? But the true power of it is that you have 16 cities that typically work together on things that I believe are important to the city of Rolling Hills. So I guess with that, I think there's an opportunity for a reassessment of future dues, not just for Rolling Hills, but for all the cities during this year with your participation. The 10-4 vote shows that there's a willingness to give a break to the city of Rolling Hills due to the fact that you have much less residents. So I think there's already a willingness on the current board. And I think that for your city, given all these things, I believe that $4,500, although every dollar is important and I respect that, I believe that it is of value to the city of Rolling Hills. So my hope is that you can vote in favor of this year's assessment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Just to comment, thank you, John. Just to comment, please remain seated for a second. During the meeting, I had a couple of cities come to me and said, we don't think we're being assessed properly either. We agree with you. Not just that they wanted to pay less, but that's probably a goal, but they didn't agree with the way it was being assessed. A comment came up from one of the board members is that they've looked at this a couple of times and nobody asked for a change, but I think that's because the committee that was looking at it didn't have some of the cities who, including us, and some of the local cities here that thought maybe there could be a better way to assess the charges, a more equitable way. I kept coming back to that word, equitable, equity. And then even outside of the meeting, I've had a couple of other city representatives come to me and say the same thing. So I think there's a will, and there's more than a few cities that would like to see changes made. It didn't happen fast enough for this. This is sort of like John said, it's giving us a year to look at reestablishing how the dues are calculated, and I think that's adequate time for the COG to come back, take another look at it, even though they looked at it a couple of times, to come back and just give us a more equitable way to pay our share of it. So is there any questions for John on this?
I actually do have a couple.
Please.
The two primary things that, besides all the general things that the COG does, you mentioned the grant writer and help with the RENA numbers and the ADUs. What benefit does Rolling Hills get from a grant writer? When we're out there applying for grants, we don't get to go to the COG and say, can your grant writer help us with this grant? They write grants for the whole COG, is that correct? They don't aid with the specific cities' grant requests?
That would be generally correct, but I think that as a member of the board, and the ability to participate in both the steering committee, the other committees that we have, and of course the full board, that I think that if there was a need for some type of grant or an opportunity for a grant that would help possibly Rolling Hills and other cities that are within this region, that grant writer a vote could be taken where the board would vote to have that grant writer help participate with that grant. So you couldn't go directly necessarily to have them write something just for Rolling Hills, because they don't just represent Rolling Hills. But there is a mechanism to move forward with something that we believe would help regionally.
So there would be a possibility, for example, and I'm just going to use the cameras, and I know the cameras got funded ultimately, but something like that benefited. There is an opportunity. We just need to be a little more assertive in asking for help if it's something that would benefit more than just Rolling Hills. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
And I think that's an excellent way of putting it. Of course, if you don't ask, you don't get, as we all know. And I think that, so the mayor's example of going to the board and asking for a reduced rate and giving good reasons to do that, and it ended up having a vote of 10-4. And so I think that once again, the COG is set up so that we work as a region and we solve regional problems. And so just like the 4 cities on the peninsula that work together, I think that all 16 cities realize that like a big project in Inglewood, like look at how much transportation money is spent in Inglewood or in Torrance or some of these other, Carson. So not much transportation money in our cities, right? But I think we realize as cities that drive and use the airport and use the bus facilities and other things that there's an importance to those monies going to those projects because it helps us as a region. So I think if Rolling Hills were to identify things that would mean something to not just your city, but us regionally that would help, then certainly it could be something like you were talking about earlier, like these early warning systems, or I can't think of what other items, but that seemed like something possibly where all the cities are connected by a security system or an emergency system. It could be something like that. So certainly if you go to the meetings, there's an opportunity to have that done.
Anyone else? Thanks, John. I'm going to open up to public comment now. Please come up.
Good evening. I know most of you, I'm Barry Waite, the mayor from the city down the hill in Lomita. First, I have to say, as a professor of geographic information systems, I could stare at that aerial photo all day, so thank you for providing that.
It's all behind you, too.
Had I known, I would have been facing the other direction, too. But as a matter of fact, on Wednesday, I'll be doing a history talk for the Lomita Chamber. So if you want to hear some local history, come on down. So I wanted to talk to you as a neighbor about what the COG means to us and give you a little of my background. So I worked for the city of Carson for 29 years, worked with this guy even for a while. So, and he seemed to have survived and done well in spite of that. But anyway, I worked for the city of Carson for 29 years, and during that time, a big chunk of it, I also was staff to the COG through the city. So I chaired the GIS working group. I sat on the economic development working group, participated significantly with the infrastructure working group in my engineering days. So I worked all over the city, everywhere but recreation, I'm sure, at some point, which is one of the things that I thought the COG has done that's really important, is just being that forum for the directors to get together and share ideas, and also share problems and, and work together on things where we have a mutual need, which is a lot more often than we thought. So going back in time, when I started with the city of Carson, we were told not to speak to the folks at Cal State Dominguez Hills because our founders didn't like their founders. And I know that here on the peninsula, there was not a whole lot of communication between the cities at that time. And there was a lot of frustration, Rolling Hills Estates and Rancho Palos Verdes, sorry, John, over the way that Rolling Hills Estates was laid out and how they cut out sections that Rancho Palos Verdes needed for financial stability. But I think the COG has been a huge reason that you don't hear that anymore. Or if you do, it's just a passing whim as opposed to a real issue. So I think we've really grown, and we have some possibilities of being able to do much more. Last time I was here, in fact, in this building, I was doing a presentation with Tony Dollerbrook for the Planning Commission, where I was explaining how to use geographic information systems to calculate the excavation area for homes that were being constructed that were going to be taking out a large area because that required special planning commission approval. So, and that was probably 20 years ago. So I can also tell you that 30 years ago, Torrance used to take all of the transportation money, and I don't mean transit, but the transportation funding money for doing, the public works projects that were available from Metro, from the county. Torrance just regularly took all that money. They knew how to do it, they had the staff, and that's how it worked. And then over the years, they realized that perhaps was not a healthy way to operate. And I would say it was really around 2000 that things started to change, and we started working together. And now the call for projects is something that goes to the COG, not to the individual cities, and we work together to put something that will be approved. So working together, we can get something that Metro will look more favorably on. I can also tell you our traffic studies used to act that our cities were islands, and they're around us, nothing happened. It's just the roads magically started at this point, so they were not useful. And then probably around 2000, we started building the street network of GIS data that ties us all together. And I can tell you that the data for Rolling Hills was done by the city of Torrance. The data for Gardena was done by the city of Carson. Hermosa Beach was done by Manhattan Beach. We all work together on that to build now what you see on Google Earth, or even just using Google Maps and navigation. The reason that data is correct is because the cities around you built it for you. So again, that was something that just made sense so that we could have a contiguous network. So now we see that we have these energy projects that have saved us all a lot of money and save us money every month. And plus, certainly in our city hall now, we have better lighting than we used to because we were able to bring in those services through the COG that we couldn't have done ourselves. So Lomita is very different from Carson in size. So in Carson, I was used to having, working for me, I had folks doing NPDES, I had folks doing transit planning, transportation, CIP, and so on. In Lomita, that's all one person. In Rolling Hills, you have what, 5? 6? All right, 6 people. So your needs from outside are even larger. And so I find that as mayor in Lomita, I need the COG more even than I did in Carson. And in Carson, we used the COG a lot. But in Lomita, it really is another arm to us. And I think the same is true for you. So let me just leave you with this. We can talk about the cost figures all day long, but one thing that gets to the bottom of it, truly, that we have to figure up from is the administrative cost of each one. And that is unfortunately a bottom number that makes it tough. And it doesn't matter if you're Inglewood, Rolling Hills, or Lomita, you know, there's still gonna be that basic cost that is it's gonna go up from there. Now, how that's pieced together, of course, they're always looking at that and massaging that. But what I would suggest, look at the value. And I think that the value is most certainly there. As mayor of Lomita, I can certainly say that I see that value, and I see it all the time. Oh, and a great project coming up, the local transit network, which is a low-speed transportation system for our electric bikes, for golf carts, for all of these other conveyances that are becoming so popular. And we need to be able to build a network so that people can move around between our communities safely. So in Lomita, that means finally we can do something with our far too wide Eshelman Avenue that has cars racing down it. Well, now this makes perfect sense. We will narrow it, create the local transit network along it, and be able to connect that. Heading south, we'll connect that to PV Drive. Heading north, we'll be connecting that all the way up in the plan that we have, all the way up to Gardena. So that's really exciting. And that's something, there's no way we could do that on our own. We couldn't even consider it. So when you have a staff of 42 people like we have a huge staff in Lomita. By the way, that includes our water department. So, which our water department also was in charge of doing setup for Founder's Day this weekend and for making sure that things were safe with the fireworks the other night. So everyone has 3 hats in Lomita. But the fact is, we need them to have 5 hats, but that's not possible. And that's where organizations like the COG really matter. So I thank you very much for your time. Always good to see all of you. And whatever we can do to help, whatever your decision is, you know, we're your neighbors. We're here to be with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Any other public comment? Bring it back to council for discussion or a motion. I want to say, I think there's value in remaining as a member of the COG, and I did the best I could to negotiate a 50% off price. I hope there's other members of the council that will agree with that.
All I know is I've been in negotiations with you, and you're a good negotiator, so I take what you say seriously. I'm not denying the value of the COG, and I can see the value in the COG for lots of cities. I think the concern for me, and every year when our contract, when the rates come up, we've had this discussion about, well, we'll stay in it for 1 more year, but boy, if it goes up again, and you know, it's kind of like we're kind of kicking the can down the road of something that I'm still not convinced of value to Rolling Hills specifically, but we've stayed a member of the COG to be good neighbors. We understand that that's important.
Well, we're paying, if this is approved, we're paying less this year than we paid last year.
Well, I told you were a good negotiator.
I can't guarantee that for the future,
understand.
but during the next year, there is the opportunity to revisit the dues calculation structure, and that's what I would work on. Like I said, they said nobody complained about it. Well, I would be there to complain.
I was complaining.
And I think that I could be, even though when we had this issue last time, I voted that we drop out of the COG.
No, you said up to $1,000.
Right, well.
That's
I'm
essentially
the last
dropping
of
that.
I'm the big spender. I mean, I could be convinced again, but with a stipulation, we're all still gonna be next year, we're, you know, good Lord willing, we're all still gonna be here next year. If this council agrees that part of what the direction for the COG representative for us is that this issue needs to be discussed, and I've got some concepts of how you might have different levels of membership. You know, a sustaining member, a reserve member, something like that. I think there's a lot of things that could be looked at. And I would vote to remain in the COG with the stipulation that it be an item for the COG representative to work this issue. Because right now, I think we're just kicking the can down the road.
Okay, so was that a motion?
No, I'm just telling you that.
I make a motion, we stay with the new rate.
Second.
Okay, choose whichever one you want. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thanks for coming.
Okay, now we're going to continue to be out of order and go to 12B.
We're gonna squeeze that in at an hour and 40 minutes. B. Mike.
Approve tennis courts ADA improvement project design, authorize staff to advertise for construction bids, and approve landscape and design for the tennis courts.
This is the 10 grand we were talking about.
Make one clarification in the second page, on page 176 of your binder, there was a word omitted. And if you look under the, yes.
Kind of like the Ten Commandments, if you take not out, it's a little different.
It's under the fiscal impact paragraph, last line. After the word city council, there should be a not before the word allocate.
Or did not.
Or, I'm sorry, did not, yes.
Mayor, members of the council, this item is relating to the improvements at the tennis court. And unfortunately, I pulled up the exhibit on my laptop, but I'm having a hard time connecting it. So I think it's always good to pull up an exhibit to show you as we talk. So there's a couple items relating to this project. Yeah. The other one won't be as easy. Okay, so this exhibit on screen shows the City Hall tennis courts, sorry, the city's tennis courts. By way of reference, here's the main gate right down here at the bottom of the screen. And then here's City Hall to the right on the bottom. And so if you were on foot, you would walk across here to get to the tennis courts. Some of this includes improvements that the association is going to make. So I just wanted to kind of bring council back as to how we divvy up the projects here at the tennis courts. The city is responsible, or at least will be working on upgrading the tennis courts in its access to be ADA compliant. We've been working on that for a long time, and you've been approving some amendments recently for Bolton Engineers. So I'm happy to report where we are today is that it's going through plan check through the building department, and we should have the permit any day now. Throughout the process, we had to coordinate with the Rolling Hills Community Association because our plans included some of the components of their plan, and you really can't divorce each other and draw a straight line down. So there are things that need to go in first logistically and then come second, et cetera. And so what the association has done too is to hire a new architect and really committed to making progress on their portion of the project. So where we are today is that we believe the tennis court ADA improvements for the city's project is ready to go, but it doesn't have any funds at the moment for construction. And so tonight, we're asking for two actions. The first is to accept the tennis court ADA plans as complete and direct staff to advertise for construction bid. Now, if you want to go down, that, or continue the project, you have to allocate construction funds to that. The second piece has to do with the landscaping plan for the tennis court. So while the ADA focuses on changing the concrete flatwork, as I call it, where say you're a tennis player, you go to the tennis court, how you access the tennis courts, 3 of them, is what we're upgrading. But beyond that, we're not doing anything as part of the city's project. What then the association's doing is what I call the amenities project, and that's improving areas back here to make it more of a social area. For example, this is going to be a viewing place where people can watch games here. This is going to be a gazebo. You know, I'm probably not the best person to explain it. Kristen Regg from Rolling Hills Community Association is here today. So, there's improvements here where it's adding a restroom and kitchenette and then improving all along the way aesthetically, including a landscaping plan. So what's the second action that we're asking is for City Council to allocate some budget to bring the landscaping plan that was prepared back in 2015 to be aligned with the current ADA project so that we can make the place look nice. And I'm happy to report that I got an update on the costs for that landscaping plan. So in the staff report, we asked for 10 grand. But that's actually reduced to 7. And I'm happy to take any questions, and Kristen's here too, to be able to answer any questions.
So would this be the right time to ask Kristen to come up? Did you want to discuss this?
Only if you have questions.
Okay. Questions for either Elaine or Kristen?
Well, I mean, I guess I'm trying to understand. My understanding is that our portion was for the access, right? So that's going to be the grading and putting in sidewalks around so that people can be, if they have a wheelchair or they're needing crutches, that they'll be able to do that safely. Is that correct? So all the rest of it was supposed to be done by the association.
There's some parts where we haven't actually agreed, come to a formal agreement on who's going to do what. So where we stand right now is we're talking about the structures and the hardscape. So the city is committed to doing the ADA improvements. So the area is ADA compliant. The association has committed to and is designing and submitting for approval at the county the tennis cabana, which is a solid roof structure with a trellis on the front. It's got a bathroom, it's got a kitchen, you know, a kind of an outdoor kitchen setup. So there's entertaining and, you know, and all the finishes on that. So it's going to be a countertop and appliances and plumbing and water. So, and all of the electrical and light fixtures and everything that would go with that building. So who plants the flowers hasn't been determined yet. As part of the planning process, the original plan was done by a landscape architect. She did a plant list with everything. So we submitted it to the fire department, it got approved. And so we have an original landscape plan from 2016, and now that has to be updated. So that's what Elaine described to you guys as the landscaping funds.
Do you have a sense of the total cost, or the cost of the undetermined allocation?
No, nobody's priced it out yet. So, I mean, and those are things that can be adjusted. So right now, the association has for the cabana, we've allocated $400,000.
No, okay, so the city has identified their share, you've identified your share, but there's some unallocated costs. That's what I mean, is it 100,000 more or less? I mean,
I haven't designed a garden before, so I don't know.
But that's
Depends who does it. Depends who does the work. we do it versus you do it, it's gonna
Yeah.
be over 100 or 50. So,
But is that the extent of what hasn't been allocated, just some landscaping? There's not gonna be another $250,000.
It's
Okay.
landscaping
All right.
irrigation.
Okay.
And we need to do this part before we pour concrete, so we can put the right pipes underneath and do all those things, so we're all good. I'm ready to vote.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out too.
Well, yeah,
So this
this
is
is-
just,
this-
7,000 is for a design or for the actual?
For design.
Landscaping. Okay, that's what I'm trying to, we talk about landscaping. Landscaping means putting in flowers and
Landscaping
stuff.
plan.
Okay, all right. It was hard to hear you because your voice kept dropping. So if you said the word plan, I didn't get it. All right, so then, the plan that with 2016 plan needs to be adjusted because the design has changed for the, okay.
Well, there's two things that the landscaping has to match up to. First, the ADA access,
Right.
and it took some modification because it went through plan check through building department. They have review comments, they have to comply with code, and so there were some adjustments there. Then there's additions to what I call the amenities project, the footprint of the restroom and where the pipes are going, et cetera. All that needs to be coordinated between the two.
Okay, okay. All right, so then the plan still is for, after everything's designed, the amenities goes in first, and then we do the ADA, or it's the opposite?
Is the opposite.
ADA first.
Okay.
Rip it all out, pour the concrete, and then they're gonna make it look good.
Okay, but all of the plumbing and so forth, that's all going to be designed first, so there's not going to be any ripping out of the ADA improvements after we do them?
I think it's simplistically put that the ADA goes first, but before that, Councilmember Pepper noted the pipes that goes underground. Those need to go in, and those are divvied up between the two parties here. So there's just a lot of logistics coordination here, but simply put, ADA goes first, amenities project goes second.
Okay, and that, all the ADA portion is already determined, it's actually no more than $300,000, and then this 10,000 was for the landscape design that we've now reduced to 7,000? Is that my understanding? I'm just trying to figure out what's.
The 300,000 estimate was provided to the city in 2018 prior to me coming to work here. And we have been working with Bolton Engineer to update that figure, but we didn't want to do that until plan check was completely done. So we're pretty close there. So that's a budgetary number. Now, that's for the construction of the ADA. $7,000 for the preparation and completion of the landscaping plan is precise because we worked with the vendor to get that figure.
Okay, I'm gonna open it up to public comment. Come up, Dustin.
Dustin McNabb, 11 Paul Ridge, but I'm also a member of the Rolling Hills Courts Club Board, and that's what I'm representing tonight. And I just want to talk about the level of importance of all of these components, whether it's ADA, whether it's the court rebuilding, all of these that come together to comprise the courts, the tennis courts, or courts clubs updates, right? And this diagram is a little bit misleading. That's why I'm standing up and not sitting down, because this may be the landscaping, the ADA, but the real work is going to go on here, where we update Court 1. And stop me if I'm repeating all this that you've heard, but this Court 1 is going to become 4 different pickleball courts. Now, on any particular Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday, or just about any other day, and I'll use last Sunday as a representative example, 25 people showed up to play pickleball on 4 painted out temporary courts that we've got over on Court 1. 25, that is on a Sunday, on a Tuesday, or a Thursday. On the quarterly events that we host, whether that be the one that we just had in February and May, or the one we've got upcoming in September, we've got between 80 and 150 people that show up to these events. So these are very popular things. Pickleball and tennis have become very popular sports or social activities in Rolling Hills, and it continues to grow. both people within Rolling Hills and guests that they invite from outside. But the point is that this isn't just 3 tennis courts supporting maybe 12 people or something like that. There's a ton of people that use, particularly court 1 and 2 and 3. I play tennis and pickleball both. But the point is there's a lot of people that are involved in these activities, and it's continuing to grow, and that's why it's really important for you guys to continue to support this financially, whether it be from an ADA perspective, landscaping perspective, or Court 1 specifically turning that into 4 dedicated pickleball courts.
Thank you. Any other public comment? See none, back to council.
I make a motion.
Thank you, that we approve as presented.
I'll second
I
it.
have a question. Can I ask this? And
Yes.
does it, what I'm concerned about, there sounds like there's going to be a lot of construction going on with the trellis and all the other amenities, which sound great. But if we're putting in a pathway and all these contractors are going through there, which they have to go from the street to the back to do the trellis and all the work that they're doing there, isn't that putting at risk for the pathway, the ADA improvements that we're doing, that we're gonna have to end up redoing that because of all the contractors traipsing through there? Wouldn't it make more sense to have them just go out as is, do all they have to do there, and then we lay the pathway after they're all finished working back there? I'm just asking this question because it just seems to
Well,
me a
I'm not
little.
gonna second guess the professionals who are managing the process here, so I can't answer that question, but I'm gonna rely on our professionals to make the right decision.
There's a motion on the floor.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I would say no, because I don't have an answer for that.
All right, that takes us to 12A.
I got a question before we even talk about 12A. Is there any consequence if we push this thing off? 12A.
12A.
What is it?
Sewer.
I mean, we got tons of stuff that we're approving, tons of work that's happening. We're gonna have no city manager for a while. My viewpoint is, unless there's a negative consequence on this and 12C, can't we shove those down the road?
You just don't know.
I suspect Elaine was just trying to get everything off of her plate,
Oh, I know
but
what was happening. I appreciate how organized it is for the next person. However,
But is there any financial consequence?
There could be, and that's why I'm bringing it here. So, I'll get to it.
Well, let me introduce it first. Approve a second amendment to the professional services agreement with NV5 to address the utility conflict identified in the downstream sewer main as part of the 8-inch sewer main line along Portuguese Bend Road, Rolling Hills project.
Well, can it be pushed off? Yes, anything can be pushed off if the council decides that that's what you want to do. But if you recall, staff applied for a grant through Congressman Ted Lieu's office. And apparently, according to the congressman, he has elevated the 8-inch line to the appropriations committee, and they're supposed to be voting on it. And if it's successful, then it'll be coming back to the city of Rolling Hills. There's $1.8 million, I believe, applied for the project, and that's for the construction of the project. So where we are today, in status-wise, is that we've completed the design from the main gate all the way down to where Malaga Bank is. And when we did so, at the last leg of the design, we found out that this upsizing of this last piece here near Malaga Bank, and I'll just give some reference. Here's Rolling Hills, here's Rolling Hills Estates, here's Rolling Hills Road, and this is Crenshaw up here. This is PV Drive North, and then here's the main gate, and here's City Hall. So where we are today is that the entire line is designed from the main gate down to Malaga Bank, but recall we had to upsize a certain segment down here in order to accept 235 effluent from 235 homes in Rolling Hills. And to upsize them, we've encountered conflicts with the existing potable water lines. So far, what we've been doing and relying on designing this plan is to use the as-built plans, and that's just recording what pipe is under Rolling Hills Road and using that as a guide to do our plans. When we get here, we need some more eyes on it. We have to actually pothole to measure the distance once the size is, the existing pipe is upsized per our project. And if there's a conflict because there's a code between sewage pipe and potable water lines and how far they have to be apart, then we have to address it. So what's before you this evening is a contract amendment for our engineering designer to finish up this piece right here. And again, you have the choice of doing nothing, but here's some, consequence. If Congressman Ted Lieu's office comes back to award the city the construction dollars, the expectation is that this set of plan is ready to go and ready to go into construction. If you don't do this piece here, obviously you can't construct it because we don't know what that looks like.
How long would it take to do this if we got the approval and then need to scramble to do this?
Well, I don't think it's
The design work involves some potholing, so you're looking at about 2 to 4 weeks for potholing, then maybe another 4 weeks to prepare to revise the plans, update the plans, then submit them to plan check to City of Torrance. They've been pretty slow, so you might look at another 2 to 4 months of back and forth before you have approved plans. So my best guess would be you're looking at 4 to 6 months.
And could we end up forfeiting the grant if there was a delay of 6 months?
that I don't know.
I mean, I don't know what kind of restrictions this proposed grant would come with.
Would we have submitted final plans before we know if the grant's coming or not? Or, because if we don't have the grant, because usually you submit and then you have 180 days to get to your first permitted check, right? I assume it works the same for cities as it does for everybody else? No.
You wouldn't pull the permit until you had a contractor on board. So you would get the plans.
Plan check and then
You have the plans, what we call shelf ready to go to construction as soon as funding's available.
And that's what we're doing with the tennis court 88 plans. Like, it's ready to be pulled by a contractor once we go through the bidding process.
But if I'm understanding correctly, when you get these kinds of grant funds, you have to have the scope of whether it's, the full design or something. They're not like venture capitalists or something that, maybe your program's gonna work, so we'll give you $1.5 million. It's, my understanding is, here's the program and it's ready to go. We have to be the venture capitalist kind of on it.
We've already, the request for funds has already been submitted. There must have been based on something.
It's based on this plan being ready for construction.
So recall, this plan has already been through a couple plan checks with the City of Torrance, and that's when it turned out that there were some utility conflicts that couldn't be resolved without additional investigation.
Okay, but to finish off, what we need to do here is $120,000.
And over half of that is for potholing, so they have to hire a contractor, go out and do potholing to locate exactly where those existing utilities are. Then there's another $22,000 in there to prepare plans to relocate a water line if it turns out there is a conflict between the water line and the proposed sewer line.
Okay, but so you're saying is we spent $120,000 right now, because if we're stopped right now, we're waiting for Ted Lieu to respond. You're saying, which we have no idea, because we can't afford to do this without him giving us money. It's not happening at all. And if he does give us money, let's say it ends up to be $2 million, just to make the math simple, we're gonna have to come up with
$1 million, actually.
no, $500,000, right? Because we have to put it.
It'll be $1 million.
Because usually it's 75% they fund, right? So if 75%.
She said up to 1.8, and if this project's gonna cost 2.8 or 3.5, we're gonna have to pony up another $1 million, so
Which we don't have. We don't have.
But aren't all grants not equal? I mean, we've gotten some money from, like, for the wildfire cameras, we got money from Maricsucci, and I
yeah.
don't think we paid any extra for it.
That's a different source of fund. It depends on what the color of the money is, right? So in this case, there is a contribution because it's the federal dollars,
What's the contribution?
25%.
Yeah. And if they expect shelf-ready plans, and we have like
Okay.
another 6 months to even get that, I mean, it's-
But if we have shelf-ready plans, we don't have enough money to proceed. Is that?
So, well, here's, it's, okay, but then all the dollars we've spent up front, which is a ton, to get to here, that we were gonna slow play, that never seems to slow play, is then, that is not rolled into the total dollar amounts, right? Because the total dollar amounts is now gonna show up on a piece of paper, then everyone bidding can see that magically we have $1.8 million, and magically everyone's bids will be $1.8 million. And then we're gonna have to pay $500,000 of that on top of all the money we spent to get to here.
The current estimate is at 1.8 until we get it updated, whatever that may be, but the grant is submitted with that dollar.
Okay, I want to open up to public comment unless there's any more questions. Public comment. See none, back to council.
I don't think we
I think we slow play it.
Which means
I
not
think we
to,
do, we just pretend we didn't look at it yet. And then when we hear more down the road that this is getting warmer, then we make a decision whether we're willing to risk $120,000 against what it is.
all right, so your motion is to table this?
Yeah, because it's 120 grand, I mean, we've already spent a ton of money. Okay.
Any further discussion?
I'm voting no matter what, Leah. I'm not throwing more good money after bad.
You're voting no to table it?
We're
But
not.
to table it means, if you're voting no to table it,
This
means,
give me the chance to vote no on the whole
he
project.
wants to disapprove the whole
I'm
thing.
gonna die.
that's not what the motion is. If you vote no to table it, that means you want to keep it alive.
I do, so I can vote no on it.
Okay.
So I'm voting that we're gonna wait down the road and we're gonna gamble it. Because it's too much money. It was supposed to be another 20 grand, another 20 grand, and then we've been doing this, now the 20 grands are becoming 120 grands. It's too much.
I agree.
And
you have
our
a-
bathroom is now becoming $2 million.
Yeah.
Lamar, do you have a final comment? Is that why you walked out?
No.
No, he's up here for the
Oh,
next item.
okay,
I
well,
just pulled it
We're
up.
almost there, okay. So, we have a motion to table the item. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed?
No.
Okay, 4-1. Thank you. Takes
And-
us.
And Mayor Wilson, what, I thought I'd ask, if the city council has no desire to move forward with the project, and I'm not saying that's what you voted on, I'm just merely suggesting that you might want to give some thought to communication with Congressman Liu's office about the grant application. Because the pod is competed against the region, and so if you didn't want to go through the project, I think it'd be, I would advise you to communicate that with Congressman
But I don't
Liu's
think
office.
we're saying to,
I think in the long run for this city, if we could get a sewer to the bottom of this hill, just like we have it over there, I'm not saying it's gonna go far, I'll be way dead by the time it gets further up the hill. But in the long run, if we can get it to here, it'll be beneficial in the long run, and it's worth the $500,000 or $600,000 to the city if we can get someone else to pay 1.8 million, or whatever that is. So I'm not saying, because when we started this thing, it made sense to spend $500,000 or $600,000 to do it. It's just, thankfully with the Inflation Reduction Act, all those things, the dollars have come way down on this thing. Now it's only $2 million. Sorry. All right.
well, that will be carried over to your successor.
Yes.
Do we, can I ask a question? Do we, would,
We don't tell
do we
anybody.
follow up? Do we set a time when we're gonna follow up on this? I mean, it just doesn't go,
Somebody at some point in time is, somebody at some point in time is
you
gonna
know
be
that little
checking in.
diagram, and
is
then
gonna-
somebody does this?
Is gonna be checking in with Ted Liu's office on how we're doing, any updates and whatever that is. And at some point in time, they're like, oh, it looks like whatever. Then we're gonna bring it back here and we're gonna discuss what the next gamble is.
Can I make a motion that we follow up in a specified time, like
Fire it.
3 months?
Perfect. I'll second it.
Any discussion? Public comment? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Make sure your successor
We'll give you a
has
chance
that
to vote
in
no
her,
in 3 months.
in her
then.
inbox.
Well, I could do better. So Alan is going to be the point person on the project, and so in 3 months' time, Alan, if you could put a particular file to come back and report to the
your
council,
Outlook calendar.
that would be helpful.
Got it, you're welcome.
All right, That takes us to 12C, approve City Hall ADA improvement project design and authorize staff to advertise for construction bids.
All right, well, thank you. So first, we'll just walk through a quick update on the project. So, okay, not working.
Sorry, you'll have to.
We need an IT
that?
upgrade.
Old fashioned, you gotta hit the up there.
Oh, you gotta actually use the
Yeah,
keyboard?
yeah. The attachment was lost.
Oh, okay. So you handed this to me just so.
She was just messing with you, Alan.
Oh, all right.
the
Not the scroller. Got it. All right. Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so just as a quick refresher, so the City Hall ADA project, in addition to the ADA improvements to the City Hall facility, there were several modifications, including adding a public restroom to the front of the building, expanding the lobby for more space, new meeting room, and a new kitchenette for the site. So this is kind of an overview of the current plan that shows what the building floor plan would look like. This being the, which is the pointer button?
Red button.
There we go. Okay. So here's the current reception lobby area. Here's the public all-gender ADA restroom. This would be the expanded lobby, so the front of the building's pushed out about 8 feet. Here's the new meeting room. Here's the little kitchenette separate, and then the two existing restrooms would be updated. One would be an all-gender ADA, and the other one would be a regular all-gender restroom. And this is just some close-ups of each of those various improvements proposed. Again, this is the public restroom, the lobby, so basically from about this point forward is where it'd be added. Also adding a couple windows for viewers, for packed houses to view into the City Hall facility, or City Council chambers. Coffee and meeting room, which there's no meeting rooms. I understand the city manager's office is used quite frequently. And so then to give you up to date on project schedule. So last, when the council authorized to proceed with the plans, they went through schematic design that were updated last August, at which time we were given a cost estimate of about $1.2 million for the project. Then we proceeded into construction documents. First submittal to the county was made in April. Is it April? Yeah, April. And at that time, the cost estimate was updated as well to about $1.4 million. That cost estimate included 20% contingent, 20% construction contingency, 10% design contingency, and about approximately 11% escalation. So it had a lot of contingency built into. Excuse me. We just resubmitted about a month ago to second plan check to the County of LA. We're expecting comments back. We're expecting, the first submittal had very few comments, so we're actually expecting plans to be returned in July and potentially with a good possibility of them being approved and therefore ready to go out to bid should the city decide to proceed with construction of this project. If so, then construction bids would go out. September, we go out for bid, solicit bids, bring them in, and then with the idea that construction could start in 2024 in the new year, should the project proceed. That's kind of a very quick overview.
Is that still on track, or we don't know? This is just hopefully, right?
No, this is a pretty good estimate. Again, right here, the second submittal was made May 31st. The first submittal had very few comments, so they addressed the comments. So it's a function of just having the county get it through their queue, review them, and we think there's a good possibility the plans will be approved this next go around. So sometime next month, we would get either minor comments back from the county or saying, yeah, the plans are approved. In which case, we have a construction ready set to go out to bid.
And what's the estimate now for construction?
At $1.4 million.
Okay, so it's held from April, nothing's gone up?
No, nothing's
Increase
gone
from
up.
April. Okay.
Any other questions for Mr. Palermo? Okay, I'm going to, thank you, Alan. Questions from the public on this item, please, or comments? Hearing none, I'll bring it back to council. What are council's wishes at this point?
This is the one we're thinking of funding right, through the JPIA, but we haven't heard anything about that aspect, right? That-
Borrowing?
Yes,
Okay.
funding, meaning we have to borrow money, but that would be the source of the fund since this cost is more than we have in reserves and non-reserves.
Right. Or we could just do the bathrooms, which is what we started on.
Well, and that's my feeling. I mean, the whole thing was about the bathroom.
Right.
And then it was like, well, maybe we should get rid of the wire on the ground, and maybe we should do this and that. And it's gotten bigger, and every time we talk about it, the dollars double while we look at what it is. My viewpoint is if we're trying to solve here is one ADA all gender bathroom, we could stick it on the back door and build a brand new one for waiting that, or we just change these 2 bathrooms here.
Well, this is, it is a beautiful design. It's a beautiful idea. When the price was $750, I was all in favor of it. When the bathroom is 200 and this is 1.4, I'm kind of nervous, but it's a great idea. It's just, I don't know, just a lot of cash.
Okay, before we go on with discussion, did you ask for public comment already?
Yes, I
Okay,
did.
never
Yeah,
mind.
she did already.
Okay, go ahead.
So from this, so if we're already in plan check.
Yes.
So assuming we pass plan check, except for your fee of managing this piece, going out to bid will just get us real numbers, and it costs us nothing.
Correct. Well, so if we approve it today, are we approving it? Do I have a chance to vote no in the future when it comes out at $2
We're
million?
approving it to go to bid. That's all we're doing.
No, I'm just kidding. No. If you approve to go, if you accept the project complete and then direct staff to advertise for construction bid, you have the opportunity when the bids come back to determine whether if you want to go forward with any of the bids. And Pat, if
Right.
I.
Sure, so the option at that point would be to reject all bids, or you would have to accept the lowest responsible and responsive bidder. But there's always the option to say, no,
not doing it.
we're not doing this at all, regardless of what bids come back.
So,
And the extra cost is just what we would be paying Mr. Palermo to manage the project to that point, is that correct?
Correct. You would be allocating funds to the consultant who's designing the plans to answer any questions during the construction, for my time to help organize, orchestrate, put it out to bid, working with staff, preparing the bid documents.
so why don't we do this? Let's finish to there, because then we'll have the real dollars, and then we can discuss different ways to either fund it or kill it.
How long are the bids gonna be? I mean, if we end up pushing it to another fiscal year, then are these bids any good? I mean,
No.
they're limited time duration, right?
But I mean, we'll have a basis. I mean, add 10%, 15, whatever, as time goes by. It's not gonna, nobody's gonna commit to more than what, 90 days, maybe 30?
Yeah, typically 60 to 90 days.
And we're gonna get screwed because we are government, no matter what this is. I mean, we don't get to hammer people on anything. We don't get to squeeze on the price. We just have to eat it. So we're gonna get some bids, hopefully from a couple, but they all have to be prevailing wage, et cetera, and if they write their contracts right, they're gonna tell you about how lumber prices and steel prices and on and on and on, no matter what it really does in real life. So I say we get to the real bid, and then we'll see what funding looks like.
Can I ask a question? If we get the 100% plan and we approve it, how long do these plans last? I mean, is there any deadline for the county? That they're gonna change the regs, or there's gonna be?
Yes, building codes are updated every 3 years. And so
But
if,
we're gonna approve the most recent version tonight, so they'll be good for 3 years from now.
No, not necessarily.
well, there's a shelf life. There's a shelf life. We went in as a plan check on the current version of the building code, so you're good there. What will necessitate changes in the future, there's also legislation that requires certain things as you go into construction, whether if you need to upgrade or comply with that. That unpredictable. I don't know how to comment on what the shelf life is.
And then I just have one other question before you make the motion and we decide to vote on this. Is the other thing that we might be losing is the option of, instead of taking from reserves at some point, that we might be losing the option of a JPIA loan? And is that important to us or not?
The problem, their loan is nothing at this moment. It's like 300 grand, which made some sense at the beginning of
At
this. It was
750.
super low. Now interest rates have gone from whatever, 2.5%, 3%, and now we're at whatever, 6, 7%.
Just as long as we've discussed it, that I just wanted to bring it up, so, okay, I'm good.
But the problem is on all these projects is we get a number and then when we get the bid, it looks nothing like the number.
We've gone from 250,000 to 1.4 million.
Well, on the other hand,
Bid,
we certainly,
it's a
we
better
certainly
project,
changed a
but-
lot of
and
stuff
it
from
is.
250,000.
But it ain't over yet.
No, I know.
When
I
we
know.
do the process, how much are we grinding on like different window manufacturers and what the lumber prices are and how do we look at that or we just hand them, or do we spec out?
Well, there's specs on it.
There's specs prepared by the engineering architectural team. And
Or
as,
do we go back and ask them how to value engineer what we have?
No, one option you could do for that if you decide to proceed is that you would hire a qualified construction manager.
Of course, we'd hire a qualified construction manager. Yeah, instead of just asking the contractors, how do we value engineer, and they say, we would do this and this and this, right?
Contractor doesn't have any incentive on a public bid to value engineer it.
I understand when they're screwing the public, they have no incentive. I totally get that. But the other part of it is we can also have them bid this thing out and then we just don't do it and we waste a whole bunch of their time. So we'll go either way. So, all right. I make a motion, we approve as presented and we get a bid. Get bids.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Okay, can we have a little more discussion? Does it make sense to, given the fact that we're not ready to push the button on this and we don't have the money, and it sounds like people are thinking that we should not proceed with a loan with JPIA because of the interest rates right now.
That's not,
So,
that's not what we said.
I mean, we don't have any other source of funds for this, so maybe it makes sense not to get bids when they're gonna change. And it's not gonna be something we just
The cost in getting the bids is minor at this point in time. It's gonna be Alan's fees on managing this, which is usually very reasonable in the process. So we're gonna go and get the bids and we'll at least know what we're against. Then we can reach out to JPIA and say, hey, it's really $1.4 million, we'd like to borrow it all from you. And we'll see what the heck they say. But, and once we're done, we're about to be done with the going through the planning process. And then once they've quoted it, if we shelve it for a year or two or whatever, or we just add one bathroom, or we do it in phases or whatever that looks like, we can take what those bids are and then they will just alter them to say, oh, our bids, whatever, as time goes on. It's just gonna keep going up, no matter what it is.
We have a motion and a second.
Is there a way to do it phases, or you have to do the whole project?
If you wanna phase it, we're gonna spend another couple $100,000 with a project engineer figuring out how to phase it.
Just like when we phased the sewer line.
Yeah.
When you break it into phases, you now have 2 projects that have to be designed and so forth.
and if you break it in phases, you might have to move staff out once, move staff out again. I mean, there's lots of costs associated with that.
Well, this particular recommendation does require us to prove as presented, and part of the presentation is that we get or pursue a loan through JPIA, and that the cost, the estimated cost, is going to be a certain figure, which at this point I don't think we know what that will be. And
It's gonna be 1.4 or more. Everyone who's about to bid can read our thing that says we just approved a bid for getting a bid for a 1.4. And magically, they're all gonna come in that or higher.
I don't think there's any obligation for us to apply for a loan in this
But we should
report.
ask them on where we can do that, because you can always refinance it or we can drag it out. We can spend over 5 years or whatever to pay for it.
Yeah, I think this left an option for us. It'd cost you X amount, and if you get a loan, and then the other suggestion was, if in lieu of that, you could finance. So I don't think that, we're not changing that. To me, we're still, I'm interpreting that, and Mr. Donegan, if you can tell me if I'm interpreting that incorrectly, but that we're not changing the scope of what we're saying here. We would have the option to see if JPIA has anything, or we could fund it from our magical reserves.
Mystical.
Mystical.
Okay, back to, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? I didn't hear.
I know. I think I'll just go with aye, and we need to do the work done, but I don't know how this is.
Aye or no?
I'll say aye,
Thank you.
but
All right,
it's not really,
You're welcome.
not really.
okay, that was unanimous, in
Thank
case
you.
there was any doubt. Okay, 14, 13, 12C.
Just on 12C.
Sorry.
13A, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, 13A, introduction and first reading of ordinance number 383, amending chapter 15.20, Fire Code of Title 15, Buildings and Construction of the Rolling Hills Municipal Code, and finding the ordinance is exempt from CEQA.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'll take this one. It'll be a brief report. Every 3 years, the California Building Standards Commission adopts new building codes, one of which is the fire code. The County of Los Angeles then adopts said fire code with its own local amendments. Historically, the city of Rolling Hills has adopted the fire code as adopted by the Los Angeles County with no city-specific amendments, and that is what is before you tonight. For your edification, there is a slight nuance in the way that we adopt codes by reference. That's why the second reading will be one of a public hearing, and this is just on the agenda listed as a business item. That concludes my report, Mr. Mayor, and I'm available for any questions.
Okay.
So this is the first reading, and then we have another second reading. Is that what you're trying to say?
Member Derringer.
Well, any questions of the city attorney first?
We don't have a choice.
Yeah. Okay. Any public comment? Seeing none, back to council.
I would move that we introduce this first reading by title only, ordinance 383, and then schedule a public hearing for adoption of ordinance at a later date.
Second.
And there's also.
And to direct staff to publish notice such hearing pursuant to Government Code of section 6066.
Okay.
And my second would include that.
Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? None? Thank you. 13B, consideration of participating in a catalytic converter etching event in collaboration with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, the City of Rolling Hills Estates, and the City of Rancho Palos Verdes on July 29th.
Mayor and council members. As you know, we collaborate quite often with the other peninsula cities on programs, especially as it relates to public safety and regional law. One of the discussions recently has been specific to the rise in catalytic converter thefts. And so this item is for you to consider joining in with Rolling Hills Estates and Rancho Palos Verdes for a catalytic converter etching event, which basically puts a serial number on the catalytic converter. So if it is stolen and recovered, it can be identified back to you as the vehicle owner and potentially returned. The problem with the theft of catalytic converters is that it's super expensive to replace. So if you have one taken off your car, it's well over $1,000 just to replace that. With that said, the event right now is going to happen in July. It'll be hosted at the Rancho Palos Verdes City Hall campus. And the key decision here tonight is, do you want to participate? And there is a cost sharing. So it's about $1,100 to have the mechanics come out and do the etching. The proposal right now is to have that be just an even three-way split between the three cities, which would be at a cost of $366.67. There are available funds in the recently adopted fiscal year 23-24 public safety budget or miscellaneous expenses. And so with that, that is my report.
So do you know why Palos Verdes Estates isn't participating?
Palos Verdes Estates has their own police department.
Good point. Well, do they do that?
I don't know if they have done a program, but a lot of the local cities have been doing these programs lately. Lomita just did one not too long ago with the sheriff's department.
Yeah. Well, often we share these expenses based on population or some other factor instead of just evenly splitting them. I would really want to make sure that this is advertised to our community to make sure that we got the value out of this if we were going to move forward on it. I mean, blue newsletter, maybe, I don't know how else we could do it, a website. I'd sure like to see participation if we're gonna be involved with some pay.
Correct. Well,
The point would be if the city is interested in pursuing this, then we would collaborate as 3 cities for a peninsula-wide, well, affecting the 3 cities with the exception of Palos Verdes Estates, how to really communicate that over the next 4 weeks.
Okay.
But
Other questions?
We would, yeah, but I think we would need a plan specific
To our community.
to us, you know, you maybe go on Nextdoor, or I know we're not keen on signs, but they seem to be able to put up signs for rattlesnake, dog. I think we should be able to put something up within the community that would not be uniform to the whole thing. But I agree, I think if we agree to go ahead with this, we need to stipulate that we would need to have a good plan to try and communicate,
So
I
it's
agree.
free to the residents, and they're gonna track which city they came from.
Correct. They would have to present an ID. That's correct.
Has to be
So
one
they
of
have
the
to, they
3
have to be a
cities.
resident of Rolling Hills Estates, or Rancho Palos Verdes.
Do tally marks for, you know, each. of
There,
the 3
there's a
cities?
you know, part of the plan is a check-in process with the sheriff's department and staff, you know, facilitating that.
That's important in case this comes up again. I mean, if we get no participation, you know.
Correct. I think that would be, I think seeing the metrics and how many Rolling Hills residents do decide to participate would be important. You know, I'm sure we can point out that there are probably 0 catalytic converter thefts happening within the city, but residents traveling outside of the city in any of the listed areas I had on the staff report, right, can experience a theft at any given time.
So not to beat a dead catalytic converter to death, but are you confident that that type of data will be provided? Not that we say, oh, no, we want it. I'd like to make sure that they will be able to, as they're getting this registration, that there will be some type of data provided to us.
If you gave that direction, then I would make sure
And
that
also
we
they're
are
gonna-
collecting that.
The code probably has to be connected to an address anyways, or a VIN number.
Well, but that doesn't mean they're gonna break it down for us. The sheriff's department's
No,
probably collecting. it.
I think, but to the Mayor Pro Tem's point, you know, collecting the registration data of who is attending and then being able to parse that out to how many people are coming from each of the 3 locales would be important information to have.
Well,
Yeah.
I would, in,
So we have
public
to open
comment.
up for.
Well, any other questions for Christian before I go to public comment? Okay. Comments from the public, please?
Liz McNabb, 11 Quail Ridge Road. I'd like to strongly suggest that the council approve this participation. I've had some friends that have had their catalytic converters stolen, and it's a disaster, and it's just an awful situation, and this seems like a very cost-efficient way to provide a service to the residents of the city. And being the recording secretary for the Women's Club, I could promise that we would promote it amongst our membership, and that would be very helpful, and I'm sure I speak the same for the other 2 clubs in the city, that we could promote it among membership in a personal way that would be very meaningful.
That would be great if we had a majority from Rolling Hills to really show them, you know, that we care, so. Go ahead, Jim.
Jim Ickley, resident of Rolling Hills. I'd like to point out, first of all, this is a cost for a one-day event with 4 etchers, right?
Yes.
What-
Okay. Size of our city compared to the number of people in the other cities is way out of proportion for this. And I'd also like to point out a very important factor. If you've been paying any attention to statistics in other cities, they have an epidemic of this, okay? We don't. And the reason we don't is because it's a private community. Most catalytic converters are stolen in the evening, or at night, and from people parking on the streets. Their city is not gated. They have a tremendous problem, all the cities, with this. This is not, I mean, one-day event with 4 etchers will not do hardly any dent in our city's numbers or their city. So this is not a one-day event. It may start as a one-day event, but then it's going to grow because you can't get anybody down there. How many cars can these people do in one day? And you know these people in these other cities that have a major problem are gonna be lined up to get this done. I think it's, if you're gonna think about this, you need to think about doing it for our city and maybe host an event just for our city, so our people can actually be in line to get something done if you want to do this. Because if you put it out in RPV or another city, these people are going to be lined up a day before, well, maybe not a day before, hours before this thing opens to get their stuff done, because they got an epidemic that we don't. You'll be lucky if 10 people of our city will actually go down and be able to get in line to get it done in one day. That's the only problem I see with it. It's not a bad idea if you want to host it yourself for the city, people in our city, but the number of people in these other cities, and they're already having major problems with it, they're going to be lined up, and I doubt very many people in our city, even if they want it done, will be able to get in line to get it done in one day. So they're talking about a one-day event to start off with, but this is going to go on for a long time.
Okay. Thank you, Jim. So if we, a couple of comments on that. If we divided up the cost based on the way we do our sheriff's contract, our portion would be $44. I don't think the other cities are gonna allow us to participate for $44. However, having said that, if it was any or much more than the $366 that we're looking at approving, I would also have the same reservations. I'm willing to agree to spend $366 to find out how much participation we get. I think it's worth a test at that amount of money to see if we should consider this in the future, or possibly consider an event limited to Rolling Hills residents only. So the cost is relatively low. Whether they get 10 cars or 50 cars there, I don't know. I don't know how fast this etching process goes. I'm sure kind of depends on the type of car, the height off the ground, if they have to be jacked up or whatever. But I'm okay at this relatively low amount, but I wouldn't want to make a habit of agreeing to pay a third when the populations of Rolling Hills or Rancho Palos Verdes is 21.
42,000, I said.
Well, it's 21 times the size of our city. So I'm willing to agree to spend $366 to find out. That's the way I look at it.
I think it's important, I know I've been urging this during our public safety and regional law committee meetings, and I think all of the residents do go out of the city. You think it's just nocturnal, people are stealing catalytic converters during the day as well. It's so quick to do it, and so I think it's a benefit for our residents. We need to publicize it, and I would think we should do this and see how many people do. If it's just nobody goes for these things, that's another thing, but we should do it.
So Christian, we're gonna need an idea of like, because Jim's right. I'm totally good testing this thing out for $366. I mean, we're talking about spending $300,000 over here and $400,000 over there. We can spend $366 with our little neighbors, but we need to find out is, because if I drove over there and there's 15 cars in line, I'm just turning around. So we just need to have an understanding of how fast it goes, whatever, just so we know how to address this in the future if it has any value.
I would make a motion that we participate in the catalytic converter etching event in collaboration with the County Sheriff's Department, City of Rolling Hills Estates, and the City of Rancho Palos Verdes on July 29th, with the stipulation that they can provide us metrics for how many cars registered in the City of Rolling Hills were in attendance, and to provide an approximate, and the total number of cars, I know they'll be able to do that, and approximate wait times.
I'll second it.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Okay, now to 14B. Receive and file information on the Palos Verdes Estates Foundation and discuss establishing a similar foundation for Rolling Hills. Rolling Hills.
Do you want to do this?
No.
No, okay.
You did all the work on it, Leah. I'd be glad to participate, but
Thank you. All right, Mr.
I
Mayor.
didn't mean I wasn't.
No, I know. Mr. Mayor, fellow council members, and members of the public, if you've had a chance to read this, it's pretty self-explanatory, but basically what has happened, as many of you know, the other cities on the peninsula and many cities throughout Los Angeles, and I'm sure outside of Los Angeles, have established these charitable foundations so that people can do their 501c3 corporations. People can make donations to them, and they can be used to purchase items or fund projects under pretty strict requirements to keep your 501c only applies to certain prospects for what certain values or certain projects qualify. So you can't just say, I want to buy an umbrella necessarily or something like that. It started off where the city manager had spoken with Palos Verdes Estates, and the issue, they've had a foundation there for a few years. Rolling Hills Estates has had the Pepper Tree Foundation for years. They've actually been the longest. I believe they were started in 1982. So when we heard about Palos Verdes Estates, the mayor and I reached out to the people at the foundation in Palos Verdes Estates to find out about their charitable foundation, what was involved, what type of success they're having, and so forth. So it's covered in the report. One of the things that we learned is that there's different structures out there to govern these foundations, and if the city is interested in being a supporter of, not necessarily being in control, and by that what I mean is the boards, the governance of these can be done by the board of directors, or the governing body is comprised entirely of members of the city council, or it can be comprised of private residents with maybe one or two members that of the board are on the city council, or the board can be completely private residents. Rolling Hills Estates and RPV just did their foundation a couple of months ago. They have done the situation where their governing board of the foundation is the members of the city council. And as you rotate out in and out of city council, that changes the governing board. And there are various reasons for doing that. There are also various reasons for doing the way they did it in PVE, where the founding member of the Palos Verdes Estates one happened to be a council member. So he's on the board and is a council member. And so if the city, what I'm asking is that, and what Pat and I are asking, is that the city consider if this is something they would be interested in looking at, and if so, would they be interested in taking a leadership role just in the development of it? I'm not saying to even determine at this point yet what structure you would use or anything like that, but just to explore the options, what would be involved and so forth. One of the interesting things that came out of the discussion with PVE is they suggested that perhaps there's a way that they could make a separate arm under their overarching, already established corporation that would be separate. The funds that we would collect, if we joined under them, the funds that we would collect would be separate. We'd have to pay a maintenance fee for all the administration services, and it's about 15 cents on the dollar is what they use. So Pat and I discussed with them that briefly, and then we met again with the attorney of the PVE Foundation and a couple of members of the foundation, and got more information about it. And the way we left it was, well, we're going to take this back to council and to the public and see what they want to do. And we'll get back to you if we'd like to do that, because we'd have to work out how that could actually happen. They don't have the pathway to that yet. It was just a concept. But I think what Pat and I are asking at this point is that, are you interested in providing some leadership and support in this? Members of the public are interested in this. If they make donations, they would be, if it's applicable, you know, depending upon your own tax status and so forth, but the donations would be tax deductible. It also gives the public a chance to feel like they're contributing to something that's important to them. We sit here and we decide what, you know, in most cases, what we're going to spend the money on. But somebody may really want something and want to have some input into that and have the fervor to work on the project and so forth. So there's a benefit of community engagement in something like this as well. And I think that it's worth looking into and exploring it. But if you wanted to take a leadership role, which I think we should on this, it would require some support, whether it's in the way of, we're going to have to, I think I listed some of them here. We've got to determine the level of interest within the community, give you recommendations on what kind of governing structure we might like, and consideration of going under the PVE Peninsula Foundation structure, if that can be worked out. We'd have to identify and recruit a core of volunteers, get fundraising strategies. You need startup money to start these things, so that there's things here, and I've laid out these things, and we would come back, if you want to give us direction, we would come back and report out on what we found at regular intervals to let you know what we found, and then you can make determinations. So we're not asking to establish it right now, but just to let us know if the city is interested, the city council is interested in a leadership role in this. And if you are, I would recommend that you consider forming an ad hoc committee, and that ad hoc committee would be comprised of Pat and I. Pat's got a good experience level with charitable foundation. I worked on one establishment of a 501(c) on a corporation that I was in. Plus, we've done a lot of the legwork on this, and we're a little up to speed on it. So that concludes my report. And Pat, any additional comments or any questions?
Yeah, just kind of to summarize, well, first of all, Leah and I both became interested in this independently. I didn't even know about the process until RPV founded their foundation probably 6 months ago, something like that, maybe 8. And that's when I asked a few more questions, found out that in the last couple of years, PVE had established their own foundation. I was aware of the Pepper Tree Foundation. I didn't know really what it was. I didn't realize that that was the foundation for Rolling Hills Estates. And as Leah mentioned, Rolling Hills Estates, Rancho Palos Verdes, their foundations are entirely managed by their city council. The costs associated with the running of the foundation are absorbed by the city through the city staff. But they do raise private funds for I guess, public benefit. As she said, PVE is a little bit different. They have one council member that's on the board, but they have costs associated with the operation of their foundation. They have, I think, a part-time director is what I heard. Mm-hmm. They have an attorney that's doing, I'm not sure if he's charging or pro bono, but there's always going to be costs. I think 15% is what they calculated, like Leah said, the cost of managing funding the administration of this. So I'm not 100% committed to either one. That's kind of what we're looking to the council to, first of all, decide, does this seem like a good idea? Not the type of foundation, but a foundation in and of itself. Does that seem like a good idea? If so, and not asking for that decision tonight, but which way would be preferable for our city, not for our council, but for what would benefit the residents the most? Council directed or not council directed? There's a lot to discuss. We've had some really good collaboration with Palos Verdes Estates representatives particularly, but also we've talked with other council members from Rolling Hills Estates and Rancho Palos Verdes about their process, their intentions. Rancho Palos Verdes is just getting off the ground right now. Rolling Hills Estates, like she said, is the one that has the many years of active service. So looking for direction, looking for guidance in this and comments.
Do you have a feeling from PVE how many people donate and what's the average donation?
I think Elaine might have
We have an inside source now.
yeah.
Well, I'm not there yet, but I think my initial interest in the PV Foundation was that the foundation was up and running in 6 months, and that $1 million was raised, and that part of the money was used to buy body cams for the police department, where they didn't have budget for. So that's the data I got.
And I believe they also did some beautification. I forget whether it was Lanada Bay or Malaga Cove, but it was one of the others, one of the fountains or something that.
So this has come up at least, I think of 2 specific times since I've been on the council.
Oh, really?
In 2002, and it was to base it on the Pepper Tree Foundation. I think it's a great idea. We didn't do it because of the cost and also the time it takes and what it takes to involve it. If there's a way to do it with PVE or somebody that's already got a lot of that is set up, I think it's a great idea. So I think we should do it. And then we don't have to worry about the cost right now, but certainly as you raise more, the percentage should go down. So up to $1 million, 15%, just like anything else, above $1 million goes down to 10 or 20, because we could potentially have, we've had some very generous, if you look at like our local hospitals and the Conservancy, the Rolling Hills people have been incredibly generous for the small population.
So on that percentage allocation that you were talking about, I mean, I guess the proposal is that we, if we go that direction, we tag on to the Palos Verdes Estates process, but that doesn't mean we couldn't break off to our own in the future if the contributions were enough that would we could
It's a
support.
lot of work to set up.
Yeah, no, I know.
And a lot of money. I mean, just the filing, the
Right,
reporting,
that's why it didn't-
the tax preparation, it's.
The audited
And
returns.
this lets us do projects that are not necessarily city, it's just projects, right? I mean, they have to meet some requirements. I get there's a list, but like if we wanted to redo something, I mean, with us being all private, could we do things that were, I don't know, we decided that we're gonna re-landscape all the roads or something like that? Could that come through this?
Depend on how you structured what your purpose is when you drop your
Okay.
articles of corporation and your 501(c)(3)
Bylaws.
application. Yeah, bylaws, thank you.
I think the opportunities are certainly there.
I think it's a great idea. I have no problem with it. I'm just trying to figure it, is it how to use it for something?
The one example, there was a resident who was willing to donate some money to do some east-west trails. We have a lot of north-south, not many east-west. And there was no way to do a charitable donation.
Well, and I think.
To pay for clearing out a big, it would have been very nice east-west trail.
Well, and I think to your point, the way I look at it is if you have the council as your governing body for this foundation, I think you might be a lot more limited in what you can do, because as a council, I don't have permission to be going out and undergrounding your, whatever. But if the public is in there and the public wants to do something, I think we might have more latitude. Now, there is a relationship, a very close relationship, and that's why the two cities that have their boards being the same as the council is because there's a lot of coordination that has to happen with the city. If you want to give something to the PVE police department, if you want to give them body cams, that has to be brought into the, you have to do contracts and accept the gift and so forth. If you want to do a new three-rail fence down along our entryway, that has to meet certain design standards and construction standards and so forth. So those things come to the board, to the council for approval. In RPV's case, PVE's case, when it comes to the board, to the council for approval, the member who is on the council that is also on the board recuses.
So, but using that example, the three-rail fence, this is for you, Mr. City Attorney. We had to put it out to bid, like every city does, had to go through the whole process, advertise. Could the foundation have done that in a different, less intrusive manner? Not intrusive, but less. Yeah, well, I was getting to that,
Yeah, correct. So the rule on public funds, it is somewhat draconian if a penny of public funds is contributed. So to answer your question, yes, if they 100% paid for everything. And as you can imagine, that now just expands not only to the city contributing, 10%, 5%, but also there's a line of thinking that if the city waives fees or if there's anything else that the city would contribute to that, then you kind of get bumped over into public works land. Now that's a hypothetical and that we can establish that case by case, but to your original question, the answer is yes. If the foundation had sufficient funding and they were going to do it all, and of course there would be collaboration with us, we would, that would come to the council to say, hey, we approve of, as Madam Mayor Pro Tem said, the design and the quality and the features, as long as that was the city's only kind of.
Well, it'd be a planning project like
Right,
any other.
exactly.
Any other entity would have, or any other individual would have to go through.
Right.
But then it would be contracted by the foundation and the vendor.
Correct.
And go outside the scope of the city. It would meet the city's requirements, but it
Right.
wouldn't have to go through the municipal process and could be paid for with,
And some of the projects, another opportunity it would give you is a chance to not collaborate, but bring in the community association. When you were talking about an east-west trail, that wouldn't have anything to do with the city. That's over at the association.
Right.
So I just think there's a lot of, to use the word we were talking about earlier, a lot of synergies where there's a lot of things that could come.
And also I think is a great vehicle, like, I know the other Dr. Black was paying for the cool little stop signs we use. Right, which are super nice. I think it looks great. If we have a better avenue, because I think what's brought up, like if we redo this building, do we everyone buys a brick? Well, if everybody in the city bought a brick for $2,000 with whatever carved in the thing, they basically paid $1.4 million to do this thing. And if there's an avenue to do that, that isn't through the normal tax, it just seems like a great way to tackle projects. I think people would be willing to pay money for.
It would, but we would have to be careful. If you're talking about the city hall building that's a publicly owned thing, I don't know what they can.
I don't know the rules. I'm just saying
Well,
it
neither
just
do I.
feels like there's people who want to do things and are happy to spend money to fix them. There's just no good path, and if we can give them a tax break on the way, I think people are way more happy about doing it.
And for all the people that know a guy,
I know a guy.
if it's being done privately, if you know a guy, you might be able to use the guy.
I make a motion that we make a subcommittee of Pat and Leah to look at how to do this.
Subcommittee or ad hoc?
Ad hoc, sorry.
Ad hoc.
Ad hoc.
I knew that was.
Do we do public
I
comment?
was gonna make a friendly amendment.
No public comment?
I second
Yeah.
it.
Public comment? Do we ask for public comment on this one?
not yet. Public comment. Come on, Jim. Jim and then Fred.
My concern mainly is, like Jeff said earlier, that worry about in order for it to be tax deductible, and you're talking about for It's gotta be something for the public. I don't like the word public because we're not a public community. They could do it for this city hall campus. They could do it for the, possibly for the tennis courts because they're not within inside the association. I worry about the fact that I would want first somebody to find out, or council probably, if by doing something inside this with tax deductible funds, and you're claiming it's for the public good, is the public also include everybody in the state of California or the United States? These other cities do it, and they're open to everybody, or not. And I don't want somebody saying, well, we're gonna give somebody some tax deductible charities, and they find out that if it's tax deductible charities, it has to be something that the public can use. I don't want it inside the city, inside the association's boundaries. Because what you're doing is you're gonna open this thing up and you're gonna find ourselves in a can of worms. I just wanna make sure before you go down this road that it's not gonna open up any part of the city to the outside.
So this
Otherwise,
is
we might as
kind
well not even have a gate.
No, that's a good point.
And it is. This is kind of what we're asking, you know, for direction from the council to explore the stuff, and it's gonna cost city money to, you know, to answer that question. So that's, you know, the sensitivity here.
But it's a good point.
Anyway.
Thank you, Jim. Fred?
Thank you. Another thing I wasn't going to comment on. Yeah, Alfred Visco from 15th Century. I want to thank Leah and Pat for taking the bull by the horns and proceeding on this. There's one thing in the presentation that I didn't see was, how does PVE Foundation elect its board of directors? Who actually votes those board of directors in? That's something I didn't see in the presentation, so I was curious about that, number one. Number two, I think it should not be the city council like RPV and the other folks. I think it should be separate from the city council. Whether a city council member is on the board or not, it's irrelevant as far as I'm concerned. Like you said, when it comes in front of the city council, that board member recluses himself. I like the idea of going in with Palos Verdes, and sure, 15%, great, you know, as long as we can fit in there, as long as it will meet the projects, as long as they're broad enough to meet the projects that we want to do, which I would ask one of those projects be wildfire mitigation projects. So as long as it's broad enough to meet those, then that's great. So yeah, I agree. Go in, let's set it up, 15% of whatever we contribute, and it's our projects. If it works out, wonderful. If it doesn't work out, we can always split off. And once we see how the mechanism, how it works, we can learn from that, and then we can, if we don't like paying 15%, we think we can do it less expensively, great, and just split off and do our own. So, but yeah, I think it's a great idea, and I don't think you need to spend 6 years thinking about it. Okay?
Okay, thank you. All right, I don't think I heard a motion, did I?
Sorry, I didn't look up.
Arlene Honbo, 33 Portuguese Bend. I also think it's a worthwhile project to pursue. I think that, as was brought up by Mr. Eichley, there are certain requirements with nonprofits. I belong to a nonprofit associated with a private club, the Jonathan Club, for their art portfolio, and that has to be open to the public.
That's why you do the tours every once in a while, is that right? Yeah.
Because now it can be arranged, people can't just show up and say, I want a tour, but part of the mission that's explicitly stated in the bylaws is that the art is available to the public. So I would guess that we would have the same kind of, requirements. But, legal counsel can give you that kind of, assessment. The other thing that I would say is that when you're investigating this, that you really want to look at the mission that's stated in your bylaws, because that's what you have to report on your 990s, how you're conforming to that mission. And you don't really want a mission that's so broad like the city, because you could get people to say, hey, well, I'm going to give you money for trails. I'm going to give you money for a park. I'm going to give you money for B, C, D, and E, and you can never get enough money to do anything. A lot of schools have this problem, you know, because they'll get a wealthy donor who will say, well, I want art, so I'm going to give you money for art. But, you know, they need so much money to do anything, and sometimes they just have designated monies that are just like little pools because they haven't been able to get very many people to contribute to the same. So you need to just think about what your mission is, how you want to accumulate money, like Mr. Visco said, you know, wildfire mitigation or, you know, whatever it might be. But if you keep it really broad, you're going to get, you know, if you have 2,000 residents, you might get 2,000 causes, you know. So those would be the kind of cautions that I would investigate, you know, as part of your mission. What are you going to really focus on?
Thank you. This is really good input. I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay.
So
Back
I
to
just
council.
think it should be as wide scope of inquiry as possible, so that when you bring it back, there would be a lot of information. Cost-benefit analysis would definitely be very important, because we need to know, is there a flavor in the community? We have people actually want to give money, and how much money, you know, and what kind of project, because all that's going to go into whether or not the fees, which I'm sure you're going to price out, that they're going to be charging for that, how that is going to pan out with what you expect to get in donations, and then the types of donations.
You're talking about a pretty small group of people trying to come up with answers, recommendations. I don't know that the next thing you hear from us is going to be that in-depth, so just.
Well, I'm just saying, I think we need, before we push the plug and say, let's go on this, I think we do need to know what are we getting in the community and so forth about this. Because if we start out, we have the cost, but we don't have the donations to support it, then that's not going to be very.
Well, as it stands right now, we would be paying a percentage of what we receive. So it's not, that's the way I understood it. Did you? Yeah. We were, that's the whole point of associating with PVE, so we didn't have to come up with $50,000 for startup costs. We could pay as you go kind of a thing.
I mean, there was 5 valid points just brought up 2 seconds ago. So I think we just need to figure out whether this makes any sense to make them go. So I make a motion that we make an ad hoc, Pat and Leah.
Second.
I said second earlier, but
Okay.
we already had a motion and a
I don't
second.
know, it got delayed. Go.
We have a motion and a second. I'm not sure who made it, but we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. All right.
Mayor Wilson?
Yes.
I realize I missed this item. It's on 15A, has to do with the block camp program event. I've got a bunch of block camps sitting here for the evening, and I'm so sorry.
Drew, I
it's
thought
been
you were
a-
just interested in city government.
Well, I think they are too, but, so my apologies, that's my fault. But I also have, briefly an announcement that it was, Mayor Pro Tem's birthday yesterday, and, she turned 25. And so, in honor of her birthday, we have some pistachio chips that she loves so much. So if you can open that up and, you know, pass it around and share, that would be great. And here's one for the audience.
Cookie Monster, Cookie Monster.
Elaine turned me on to
Happy birthday. Happy birthday. So Mayor Wilson, I'm sorry, and the council, my apologies. If we can go to 15A, that would be
Any
great.
objections to reordering the agenda? See none. Okay, 15A, receive and approve the proposal for a block captain education and social event on the City Hall campus on Sunday, August 27th, 2023. The event to include artwork for sale by resident Don Crocker, a percentage of the sale proceeds to be gifted to the city to benefit emergency preparedness measures in the community. Are you reporting on that?
Yes, I am. And Mayor Wilson, before I start my report, I want to note to the City Council that the agreement that's attached to the staff report was attached in error. So if you could just forget that the agreement was attached, it's actually not ready for prime time yet.
Okay.
Okay. And then, so about the event. Can I trouble Marita, Marion, and Judith to come up? These are our block camp representation, and I think Arlene and Jean are also block camps here tonight, as well as Melissa McNabb. So they're all here, but if Marion and Marita, if you can come up here, I'd really appreciate it. In 2023, the block camp leads are Marion Visco, Marita Garrity, and Deborah Schrader, who was here earlier. So she was, I think she took off, and then now I realize why. It's my fault. But the block camps had an event April 30th, and we had a huge turnout. In fact, we have a newsletter that shows a photo of a good turnout, and then the fire department did a report on what is to take place in this year's defensible space inspection. It's like I'm trying not to look over there. Makes me kind of want to have a piece. But so we had a successful turnout. I mean, I think, you know, these educational events, the issue with them is trying to get people to come down here. So we had a good turnout, and we had a lot of people that were engaged and asked the fire department questions about the upcoming inspections. So I think yeah, it was on the campus, right. And so what the LEAP block camps did is to try and come up with more educational events, because that seemed to work really well. Kind of blend it with like a social event. And so what we've discussed is holding another event on Sunday, August 27th, between 4 and 5:30 p.m. on the campus again. And in our agenda, we'd like to honor resident Steve Schultz, who lives at the end of the Johns Canyon Road. And he has recently told the city that he's going to be improving his property and opening up his property to allow evacuation to take place through his property to Crenshaw Boulevard. So we'd like to commend Mr. Schultz's generosity in doing so. And then second, the lead block camps thought it'd be good to invite the fire department back to give a report on what they've seen in this year's inspection, and then also kind of ramp us up as to the requirements for next year. And lastly, we've been working with a resident, Don Crocker, to see whether if it's possible to put on a art show that would also function as a fundraiser. And Don is, Mr. Crocker has offered to donate 25% of the sale proceeds to the city. And what he'd like to do is to use the proceeds to extend Portuguese Bend Road down to connect to Burma Road, to create another exit point for residents in Rolling Hills in a time emergency, and also to put signage up in the community to kind of point where there could be exits. And Marion, Marita, if you want to add, please. I hope I've captured it properly.
Well, I think Elaine has pretty well said everything that, we could say. And we've met with Don, and he's been very, generous with his time, and he wants to go ahead and do it, and then also, as I say, raise money. And we found that the event that we had earlier, we did have a good turnout. In our zone meetings, our turnout was not that great. So by making the event kind of interesting, and also invite the fire department to kind of give us a report card after they've done their surveys. So that's what we are interested in doing.
Right?
Marita, do you want to add something?
No, that's about it. I mean, obviously, out of the two goals there, signage for evacuation routes might be easier to attain than another exit out of Rolling Hills, but we could obviously start with the easier one.
I have personal knowledge of the exit that's being thrown around. I support it, but I just think it might be difficult because it's on private property. Like Mr. Schultz, if you got the private property owner's permission, then that would, open things up, but,
I thought Mr. Crocker's idea about signage was a good one. Because I guess when you guys have had fires in the past, sometimes the people that come, the responders, aren't even very familiar with the neighborhood.
No.
And certainly when you're a new resident, you're not completely familiar with the neighborhood. You have your favorite route, but that might not be your exit route, and whether or not there could even be light around it at night. I thought he had really great ideas, so.
Oh, another thing with signage too, I think on the Crest Gate, there's no, all it says is no exit, okay? We need signage to say, or a light or something that say, in an emergency, we can use that gate. That's another thing that should be added on to, for signage, for
this
evacuation.
definitely sounds like coordination with the association.
Well, whoever it takes.
I understand. Okay.
Mayor Wilson and members of the council, I just want to note that Mr. Crocker was invited to kind of brainstorm with us. And so Mr. Crocker certainly did not solicit the city to put on an art show. That was not the intent. We had already been talking about an event, and it just that there was a synergy. And Mr. Crocker is very passionate about wildfire mitigation, so that's how it came about.
Okay.
So this evening, what we're asking the city council is to approve the event because there's going to be some expenditure for any social event. There is money allocated in the Emergency Preparedness Fund, which also funds the block captain program. And the other piece is the art part, and the agreement that was attached is not ready for prime time, as I said. And so we're working with Mr. Crocker, with Mr. Donegan, to try and figure out what would be a workable agreement for all of us.
So in the, you'll have moved on, and in the event we don't have a city manager, at least a permanent city manager by the time of the event, who's going to carry the torch on this?
Well, I think Mr. Donegan and I, we talked this morning along with Mr. Crocker, so I'm pretty close to really finding a document, an agreement that can be presented to you. So I won't be here on July 10th, but I expect that the agreement will come back to you on that meeting.
Okay.
And in that case, yeah, Mr. Donegan will run point on that.
Right.
And you're saying it's only 4 to 5 p.m. the event, only 1 hour?
Well,
Yeah, I think it was an hour and a half.
It was 4 to 5:30?
Yeah, 4 to 5:30.
Event the last time much longer, as I mean, it involved a meal and so forth. I'm just trying to say.
last time it was a 2-hour event. I believe it was 5 to 7, if I remember correctly, and so we can prolong the event. We also thought that we weren't going to provide dinner at this event, which is why an earlier hour. And the lighting in the earlier hour is better for artwork. So that was the other consideration that went into it.
Okay, what was the cost for the other event, which did involve food and was longer? How much was that approximately?
I don't recall the exact dollars, but I want to say in the neighborhood of $1,700.
All right, so would there going to be any snacks provided to people? I mean, just if they're coming out there?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah, we were thinking like some hors d'oeuvres and things like that, yeah. Okay. I mean, I think it should be maybe an hour and a half, so people who come in late or something are not going to decide not to come simply because they were a few minutes late. I mean, I think it's nice. People like opportunities to mingle.
It says 4 to 5:30.
She said 4 to 5, but early, that's why.
Oh, it says 4 to 5:30 in the report. Okay, any
It
other
is 4 to
questions
5:30.
from council? Not public comment? Seeing none, back to council.
I make a motion we approve as presented.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies.
Thank
You guys, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Long wait. Okay, I think now we're at 14C.
City manager.
Oh, Thanks. Maybe just a little later.
Consider a provision of the Civilian Oversight Committee recommendation mandating automatic reassignment of
Okay, yeah,
sheriff's
you're right. I can have something.
department patrol personnel every 5 years and provide direction to staff.
Write the letter, right?
Who's reporting?
Well, B and I brought it up. Do you want to do it?
On the,
14C.
The letter about.
oh, yeah,
that
sorry.
moving design.
I was looking at something else. Yes, this is a situation where a lot of cities are upset about this Board of Supervisors. It was a proposal, including, but with a whole bunch of it, that the Board of Supervisors actually approved in total. So there would need to be a letter to have them to ratchet back on this one, because they're looking for, trying to deal with deputy gangs. We have no deputy gangs at Lomita. And so to impose this as a rule on all the sheriff stations that they've got to transfer out every few years, it ruins all the work that we do with our people, where we're having that interface with the community, where they build up trust with the community. All of those people would be gone. And it's really important for us in particular, that even more than other cities, to sound out to the Board of Supervisors and say no on this one, because we really rely on having the contacts with law enforcement and the community that have been developed over time. They understand our community. We don't get people from Century Station that are, used to doing things in a more racier neighborhood and don't treat the residents in an appropriate manner, and vice versa. They just don't understand. So I think it's very important. We should look at this and make a letter to ask the Board of Supervisors to reconsider that provision.
I have a question. You said that there aren't gangs in the Lomita station? I mean, how do you?
Gangs, gang deputies.
No, that's what I'm talking about. But you said that there aren't. I mean.
Well, it's a situation that arises in, it's like a code of conduct type thing for, like, in places like Compton, Century, East LA, where they have a lot of danger out there that they're dealing with, that they get this proof, like they've done this, and so they get a gang tattoo, and they, and
The
this
police
type of-
do?
Yes, yes.
Here.
They get a gang tattoo?
Yes, they get a gang.
their own-
It's a police
Their own
gang
gang.
tattoo, it's like, and they call themselves, these things like, I forget the names of exterminators, or, just like these nasty
My question,
titles.
but
Let's just, do we want to do it or not? I don't, let's not discuss. I would move, or do you have to open a public comment?
Yeah, we do have to have public comment on it. I'm just explaining the background to it, what
Yeah.
happened, and why it doesn't really apply to us.
I just want to keep moving.
I know.
any other questions? Public comment?
Okay.
Back to council?
I would move that we have direct staff to write a letter in opposition to this mandate requiring transfer every 5 years.
A second?
Yes.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
And it should be with the council, the city. You're signing it, right?
Yeah.
And the letter, there is a letter attached, the sample letter.
Okay, good.
14D, receive and file a verbal report with the Drainage Ad Hoc Committee.
Let me do it. I'll do it real fast. Hey, we met with the HOA. They've spent a decent amount of time. Oh, were you about to do it?
No,
I
not
thought
at
I
all.
was gonna do it, but that's okay,
No.
Jeff, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No,
I apologize.
no, go ahead. Tee it up.
Whoever's going to keep it moving, that's what this end wants.
Hey, so the HOA and the city together has made a list of all the drains. They have identified the ones that are the county, they have identified the ones that are the city, they have identified the ones that are HOA and which ones are private, and then there's a giant list of ones that are pretty sizable that they have no idea, and they're drilling those down deeper. We think we're gonna be able to find inside, like, when you split a lot, it would have said, you could split the lot, but you gotta put this drain in, or if you built this, you could put this drain in, and these sort of things, so we're trying to identify those down. Right now, the city's liability on this is pretty much, we dealt with the major part of it. There's only one or two more that are tagged as us right now. And they're gonna try to dig a little deeper to see if they can identify more on where they go. and then we're gonna figure out what the next steps are once we dig a little deeper. Leah?
Yeah, just we agreed, this is not the super high priority with everything that's going on, and that we'll reconvene after the summer in the fall.
I just know that one of the drains that was listed, I asked, it didn't show responsibility for, and it's a drain that one of the residents blocked the water from entering, which sent the water down in front of my house, so I'd like to get an answer on who's responsible for that one, but that's just a personal thing.
That's why we're doing this, is so that at some point, people can be, some parts of the drain, there are complex ones where a part of the drain may have been installed by the Palos Verdes Corporation to begin with, and then as part of a development plan approval, there's an extension off that drain that they were required to do something to, so it's complicated, and they're actually having to check, go in and actually looking at planning documents, really involved.
We don't need to take action on that?
Public comment.
Oh, public comment, sorry? None? Okay.
I make a motion we receive and file.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. 15B, consider a proposal from Palos Verdes Transit Authority to provide transit services for Rolling Hills residents and to provide direction to staff.
Mayor, members of the council, Palos Verdes Peninsula Transit Authority staff, administrator, I should say, Martin Gomber, reached out to me, and he had mentioned that the PVPTA board had instructed him to reach out to the city of Rolling Hills to participate in the authority. And so the board members are made up of the adjacent cities, Palos Verdes Estates, Rancho Palos Verdes, Rolling Hills Estates. I am told that by Martin or Mr. Goldberg that in the last 10 years, he has come to this council and asked for participation. So this isn't the first time that he's reached out in history. And so, you know, I'm not sure the background to that, and I didn't look that up. I didn't know if it was relevant to where we are today. But Mr. Gomber asked for Rolling Hills to participate, and I said, well, what does that mean, you know? And so what he said was that if Rolling Hills wanted to participate in PVPTA, then residents of Rolling Hills would then be able to access services provided by the authority. To do so, there would be a charge of $20 and change per person, and the population used that Mr. Gomber gave me was 1,684 people. That would result into 34,000 and change to participate. We talked about participation not paying in cash. Perhaps the city of Rolling Hills can use its Proposition A allocations annually to pay for this participation. And really looking at the services provided by PVPTA, Dial a Ride is one that I have heard from the community that could be helpful to them. And so what I've done is kind of pull some information that Mr. Gomber pointed me to from PVP Transit Authority and then attach it to the staff report. So there's a route map showing services by PVPTA. There's also a Dial a Ride, or DAR, provided by PVPTA. And so it's a proposal for this council to consider. Mr. Gomber apologizes that he could not be here tonight because he's actually at another meeting, council meeting, in fact. And so if you could take this request and then reschedule it to a future meeting in which Mr. Gomber can be available to answer any questions, that's the request.
What other council meets the same night as us?
It's a different city, not from this area.
Okay.
It's more of a personal participation.
Well, the history, even before Martin reached out to Elaine, David Bradley, council member from RPD, reached out to me and said, hey, how come you guys aren't part of this? And I said, because you don't provide any service. And he proceeded to tell me, well, the young people in the city walk outside the gates to catch the PVPTA buses on PV Drive North, and I think he also said on Crest. Maybe they do, I don't know. I don't see any rush of kids going down Portuguese Bend to school, before school starts in the morning. So I don't know if that's real or not, or if it is, how many, 1 or 2 or 5. But I was expecting, I asked Dave Bradley to have Martin reach out to me. He didn't, at least to my knowledge. I hope I didn't miss an email from him or a voicemail, but I think we need a lot more information before we even start to think about what they're asking for. And, well, this will be the next city manager's task, but to look at the financial impact to us. I guess the Measure A funds, we sell at a discount to some of the, maybe not adjacent cities, but other cities. We would give up, I guess, 75% of the, if we get $1,000 in Measure A funds, and sold it for 75%, we would give up that cash, but it could be applied to the cost of the transit authority. But you all got this series of pages, and I'm very confused about the fact that if we pay the $20 per resident to be a member of the service area, do they still have to pay the $6 cost? And then is there a limitation on how many times per year? There's just so many unanswered questions for me right now that, I wouldn't want to recommend anything.
And they do give you a lot of that information on here. One thing I would just mention is that you were talking about, when you talked to him, he said, that the students go outside and catch the bus out there. This particular program is not for students. This particular program specifically said it's who are seniors or disabled.
And it was 62 or older or something like that?
Yeah, 62 or over or disabled.
There's a lot to be learned.
There's a lot here.
So anyway.
I have a couple of more data points to share with you, just because I won't have an opportunity to share with you. Mr. Goldberg reached out to Kristen at Rolling Hills Community Association, and apparently several years ago when a proposal came to this council, it was tabled because Rolling Hills Community Association was going to provide this program that would reimburse senior residents for taxi and Uber rides.
We had that for a while.
Yeah, through the Rolling Hills Community Association. And so what Mr. Goldberg did was reach out to Kristen recently and asked whether if that was still going. And Kristen responded that the RHCA discontinued the senior reimbursement program in 2018. It wasn't being used enough to continue the program.
There was one person primarily that was using
One, okay.
a couple times a day.
And then the other data point that Mr. Goldberg gave me was that in pulling data on the transit passes purchased, there are, I think, like somewhere in the 25, 30 range of transit passes being sold to Rolling Hills residents.
Right, so that is the kids going to school. They do. They take the bus up to Dapplegray, up to Miralest Intermediate School, and they come down here and that is accurate, and they have to buy a pass. So you buy your pass, you go up there. I've tried to work with them in the past, the PV Transit. They were not helpful at all. The high schools spend an enormous amount of money on buses for teams to go to different events or to play each other. And the buses here were sitting not being used with staff, and they were not willing to, even going between Palos Verdes High School and Peninsula High School, which I found to be very unhelpful. Because we're all funding them already, and they wouldn't do that. And the idea is maybe a lower cost or something that they had they would not be involved. So I find them very unhelpful, and I would recommend we not go into their system.
Well, at this point, I would like to have at least a proposal from them before we say no.
Why don't we just have you want to have a conversation with them, but there's no reason for him to come here and pitch us where we're not going to spend $34,000 on one person using their thing. That's not going to happen.
That means they
waste of
come in
everyone's
the
time.
city, right? I mean, they drive in the city, this bus, and it means anybody else who's on the bus drives in the city too and bypasses the gate, and now it possibly could become a public roadway because it's open to a public bus that has people from outside the city. I think there's more problems possible problems associated than benefits, especially given that the Rolling Hills Community Association was offering a similar service for people like this who are infirm or need it for medical purposes, and they weren't getting enough action from it.
Would you opine on that comment about how it would affect a private?
So I'm not, right, so I'm not aware of any legal authority that would change the nature of the roads as a private road just because a public transit, was, traversed it. They would still need permission to get in, and how they work that out is I guess, a them problem in the HOAs. But I'm not aware of anything that says just because a bus or other type of public transit enters into a private road, that by definition changes its character.
Yeah, but there's also.
Cabs come in.
Yeah,
but
but
those
this is
aren't public.
They're not?
They're subject to a medallion type contract or a utility, public utility, but.
Right, but I mean, there's also, and I'm not familiar here, but I do know in other areas, sometimes school buses do go into private roads and private areas, and while not exactly the same, that does not transform them into public roads and open to the public.
Well, I guess another concern would be, if they came in with a load of kids and the kids just decided to hop off, but
Sure,
stop
that,
it was
yep,
that,
yep.
Well, I think the proposal here is in that they would route these public lines that you see on the map into Rolling Hills. What would be provided to the residents of Rolling Hills is a dial ride, which is very property specific, like a taxi cab. So I don't see a situation where if you decide to participate that you got these big yellow buses or otherwise to come into Rolling Hills and have stops in Rolling Hills. I don't think that that's
We're still talking about $34,000 out of our budget, and then the users would pay the $6 or something like that fee. That's a heck of a subsidy.
Sure. And I will just leave you this thought, if the PPP Transit Authority Board is made up of your neighboring cities, they're council members from neighboring city, and they continuously try to get Rolling Hills to participate, not that they is needing, well, I won't comment on that, but I think to be neighborly, they would like Rolling Hills to just participate in the program. And maybe a sort of fallback position that would be helpful to be a good neighbor is if the council don't participate, right? But may some level of contribution in your Prop A to the organization just to demonstrate that you're good neighbors. I mean, there's that option.
Yeah, I would, do we have a public comment, or can I make a motion?
Let's get public comment first.
Okay. Jim Mickley, Rolling Hills resident. No.
Thank you for your brevity.
And I think that the idea that I've heard is that somehow that, Rolling Hills residents are coming and using the system that all the other cities are paying for. And I'm like, the bus doesn't come into Rolling Hills. I mean, anybody could go on the street where this bus travels and pick up the bus if they have a bus route. I mean, I don't get how it's like we are the idea is that somehow our residents are abusing the system. Like, there's so many of them, but it doesn't seem like there is so many. They don't have any.
They pay for their pass.
Yeah, so.
They pay for their bus pass. Is there more public comment, or can I make a motion?
That was it.
I would like to make a motion that we do not join the Palos Verdes Peninsula Transit Authority.
I'll second it.
Can I ask a friendly amendment? Would you consider a small a donation
No.
of some Prop A?
No, not a nickel.
Okay.
Okay, motion and a second, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no? Okay, thank you. Okay, that takes us to closed session. Thank you for your patience this evening.
Good night, guys. Good night.
10:38.
Those are good, aren't they? Yeah. Elaine turned me